investment that will never pay back.
Oh no!
Speaking of massive investments that'll never pay back, did you guys see the Call of Duty shit? God almighty.
No. What?
Okay, so Activision revealed a new COD today, Black Ops 6 or whatever it was. You have to have constant internet connection to play both the multiplayer and the single-player campaign. Oh, by the way, you need to have 300. You have to have 300 gigabytes free to even play the fucking thing for the texture packs. I'm like, get the fuck out of here.
It's not going to stop anyone. People are going to gobble that shit up.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, they will.
Unfortunately. But at the same time, I'm like, bro, that's ridiculous. $300 or $300, 300 gigs for that?
I mean, it costs them. It's costing people $300, yes.
Yeah, that's
I mean, possibly more than that.
Possibly more.
Just want to mention that we are currently live. But before we do anything, I wanted to ask first, Charles, can you say anything?
Quack.
Okay, good. Your icon's working. And also Chase.
Hello.
Perfect. Okay, everybody's working now. It seems to like to reset some of you randomly every single week. Unfortunately, I don't know how to permanently fix this. I just gotta deal with it as it comes, but thankfully it's a very easy process to do. I'll just make a habit to do it before we begin.
That's probably good.
Leave me behind.
I'm glad we were live at around fuck Activision, so...
Yay!
Yeah, fuck you, Activision.
All right, so let's go on ahead and get started, because I got my synopsis written up here, and there's plenty to cover and do. So last time, the party spent one more night with the pirates and their friends at their current sanctuary, a training camp designed for their allies to toughen up and prepare themselves for war against the growing armies of Bicus, Shadow, and Orion. Many of which took the opportunity to train or converse with allies, others taking the time to try and gather more much-needed information, such as what could possibly be happening in Gavaria. The time spent was short-lived, as the party needed to set off along the trail. Along the way, they had come across a dilapidated windmill housing an old treasure inside, a broken, but mostly functioning wand of wall of sand, though it only had a mere 3 uses before its destruction. They also came across what appeared to be a copper dragon lazily napping upon a hilltop, though the party chose to leave it be. As several days of travel go by, the party had their first run-in with the hill giants, who attempted to create a pincer to attack unsuspecting travelers, but their intelligence was so dismal that it was an easy enough matter for Akira and others to distract the giants long enough to continue on unscathed, allowing them to reach the encampment of the newly allied Umbra clan members. They got to learn more about each other, as well as learn about the lies that Shadow, Bicus, and others are using to poison the minds of the Umbra clan into acting as their personal army. They've been convinced that it was they who are fighting for just reasons, and that Chase and the emissaries were, in fact, the villains. Some Umbra clan members have been revealed to already have been fully brainwashed by the propaganda, following Shadow to the Feywild, as well as others being left behind. There's still some mystery to Shadow's plans and current mentality, but all Mist and her friends know are that he is at least claiming that everything they do is for the greater good, implementing the thought of the ends justifying the means, which is what led the Umbra clan to do their actions up until now. On top of all this information, Fang of the Snake was confirmed to have been revived by 9 lives, who confesses he only has 4 lives left to use or gift to others, both a boon and a curse bestowed upon him by the Archdevil Moloch, former Grand Duke of the 9 Hells, and actively seeking the throne of Asmodeus for himself. 9 lives was granted his boon in exchange for being owned by Moloch when all his lives are spent. The conversation shifted to the Mutilator as the party became interested in his new lieutenants. Alina was of course mentioned, as well as Mirage, but Freya was also brought up as a Goliath that was once the only person capable of equaling Orion during his time in the arena, And there was one other, Grix, the father of Vix and Rixie, who was also taken from Dales as a result of James's trick on Carolus Sr. It was confirmed that he, too, was struck down by Orion and converted into a controlled undead, with the sole purpose of continuing to improve Orion's armor against his will. The news of this was shared to Vix, who took the news hard, running away from the camp with Ryudo in hot pursuit, while also suppressing his own dark feelings on the matter. And so, the day falls tonight, and we return back to the party. So, it is the evening of, well, actually, let me be sure on something. The little bit of roleplay that was happening off screen, was that considered the same night or the following day?
Following morning.
Then we're going to change it to the following morning. Because it really doesn't matter if it's night or day for this scene. It just means that everybody's already slept. So let me go on ahead and get everyone to please do a roleplay initiative. We're not going to spend a lot of time here, so just prepare for a single round. And if there's nothing that you want to do, just say that you're ready to go. And while you do that, I'm going to get some music. I finally got actual tracks here. Of course, for right now, we can just use this one until you all are on your way. All right, so going down the list, first, Enoran.
23.
Good lord. Okay. Carolus.
15.
Chase.
16.
Okay. Kaylee. Kaylee.
Is muted.
Oh,
22.
22. Akira.
Good old 7.
7. Evelyn.
Lucky number 7.
All right, and who's got the higher initiative or dex between you two? The
Akira.
bonus. Kira? Okay. And Belle.
13.
Okay, so that's going to be before Chase. All right. So the order I have here is Anaran, Kaylee, Chase, Belle, Carolus, Akira, Evelyn.
I had a 15, Kagato.
Yeah. He should be before Bell.
Oh, herpaderp, you're right. All right, so Carolus, then Belle, then Akira, then Evelyn.
Yep.
All right, excellent. So, gonna go on ahead and have Bell pop back to his original self by now. So he would have been himself again by this point. Oh, I'm sorry, I had the wrong outfit. Okay, so I only have you all set up. Yeah, I do have you all set up around the campfire, but you are welcome to place your characters anywhere on the map as you see fit. This is just by default, so if you want to start at the campfire, by all means do so. If you want to start elsewhere, by all means do so. Now, it is the following morning. Anaran, it is your turn. You will find that pretty much every single member of the Umbra clan has returned back to their own personal little tents. So there is no current gathering of anyone in particular except for the lot of you. So I leave it to you.
So, Anaran has been sitting at the fire after cooking up breakfast. He's just been kind of sitting there with his eyes glazed over as he looks back into other memories. Wiping away a few tears that form before his eyes go back to color. Boy.
I appreciate you cooking breakfast for everyone, including me.
That wasn't intentional, Sorrow.
Intentional or not, it was delicious. Though, I wonder, how is your current state, love?
I'm fine.
Fine, he says. We'll see. And then he goes silent.
Anyway. He doesn't do much. He just sits there, letting aster flowers grow around his person, making a like flower bracelet, or more like a Hawaii that flower necklace that they make.
Lay.
Yeah, that's it.
A lei, yeah. He just has those, but it has specifically aster flowers only weaved around it. The rest of you should do some things before we leave. I got nothing else to do. Besides, one other thing, he takes out his sending stone. Nahiri.
Good morning. Or
Did
as
you
good as it
find her?
can be. Ryudo found her. They're coming back this morning. He stayed with her overnight.
Alright. Good.
How are you?
I blew up a building.
Well, I think that answers everything that I needed to know about everything going on. And I don't blame you. I would have done the same if there was something I could blow up around here. Thankfully, there's the sea, but I don't think Calypso would like that.
No, not at all. Just, be there when she needs it, and have her sister removed from training duty for the sole purposes of being next to her until she is fit to return.
Of course. We've already let Rixie know, and she's taking it hard as well, but we're going to make sure that they're being well taken care of and watched.
Also, we are sending the rest of Breeze's friends on over. Let Breeze know so that there is a welcoming group, but just keep your guard up just in case.
Understandable. They'd be foolish to do anything crazy around here, especially with how everybody's feeling. But we're going to open up our arms to them as friends first, just with a little caution. I'll make sure Breeze knows, and we'll go from there.
Have you two been getting along, or what's her entire spiel?
Breeze has been actively curious. She's been going around trying to not only figure out everybody's fighting styles and personalities, just getting to know everyone little by little, but she's been, how do I put this lightly, impeding upon my territory. I would like to actually make a request that perhaps that we limit some of the meat that she's allowed to have, because she's asking for far more than her share, and I would very much like to, put a little bit of a limit on that.
Am I sensing some intimidation from you?
No, shut up. No. What? No. No. I don't know what you're talking about. Nonsense. I'm not intimidated.
Fine. When we return, we'll have a eating battle to settle this once and for all.
Perfect. That sounds great. I guess if we must.
But I will remind you, she is a more physical based fighter. Consuming meat for protein and iron is a necessity for her medicinal needs.
Don't care.
Well,
But
it's
if
good to
it
see
means
that.
it must be done.
Know. It's good to know that you're making another friend.
Friend is a strong word. I'd say culinary rival.
Culinary rival. Well, if you ever want to distract her, just give her some scratches behind the ear.
That's playing dirty. I like it.
Anyway, we have another stop before we get to Gavaria. Because apparently, we have someone parading themselves as a hero on my turf.
Those are bound to happen every once in a while. Remember Castor? This will be interesting. Looking
Yeah.
forward to the tales.
I got a few questions I have to ask, so I'll let you go.
Understandable. Hope things
Love you.
get better over there.
One day. Love you. Talk to you later.
Love you too. Be careful.
Clicks it. You'll cast Commune ritually. I need to figure out how the fuck we're gonna find this Fae. Does the Fae interact with anybody of noteworthy political power in Gavaria?
Yes.
Yeah. Has the Fae been interacting with the mayor?
No.
Has the Fae been interacting with anyone working under the mayor?
Yes.
Thank you. Now we have a lead, so where to start. And that'll be it. He's just gonna sit at the fire and just rub his fingers from the aster flowers kind of tenderly.
Okay. So, let's see. Roll for something. Nope, never mind. Okay, so moving on. Kaylee, you are up.
Okay. Just gonna move off to the side.
Okay. So is that where you're starting, or does your character get up from the campfire and move in that direction?
I'll say that she starts here.
Okay.
So she's just sitting on the ground, cross-legged, as she's thinking to herself. Before she pulls out her ring to contact Ryuto.
All right. So when you pull up the ring, you see that Ryuto is there, just sitting at a fire. It seems that he's made a makeshift campsite. You can see that Vix is actually close by to him, still asleep. He is, his wings are out and they are dripping. Essentially that molten look that he had before. Yeah, they are absolutely dripping onto the ground and causing steam to be coming up from the dew on top of the leaves and the grass.
Does he still have those dark wisps?
Not
Yeah,
as
his eyes.
not as prominent. They are still there, but they do not look quite as malicious as when you saw before.
Well, don't need to ask if you found her.
No,
Okay.
she got a good distance, but I was able to find her, and she's doing all right, in a matter of speaking.
It's understandable.
I can only wonder how Rixie's taking it.
Yeah. We found out that when Orion cuts someone with his axe, he turns whoever he cuts into an undead. It's what happened to Breeze.
See. Well, that would explain why Grix is currently enthralled by him.
It's not the same as Alina, who was consumed by the grave rot. So there might be a way to bring him back. We're not exactly sure.
That's good news. That definitely makes tracks. Alina seemed to be a more personal matter. Grix was just more of a business thing, it seems. After all, he is the one that was in charge of his armor, so of course he's going to want to still keep hold of that.
But I just wanted to check in, make sure you were okay.
I'm as okay as I can be right now. And that is probably more than what I really want to feel. But I need to be focused.
I know that feeling.
He's getting a lot. Go ahead.
We're basically the hearts of our group, if that makes any sense.
I'd like to think that Tsunami is a bit more of the heart than I am.
Well,
But it's still nice of you to say.
our actions are sometimes mirrored by others. Our emotions are sometimes mirrored by others. So if we get angry, then the rest of the group will get angry. But if we stay calm, the rest of the group will stay calm. That's at least what I'm trying to tell myself.
Well, anger has its place, but I can't afford to be angry that much anymore. It leaks out, but I have to stay as calm and focused as I can for everyone's sake, because if everyone starts to fly off in a rage, then we're not going to get anything done.
And that's why I sent you after her.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe?
I'm going to be asking as a DM, I heard you say that's why they sent you after her. Did
No,
you?
that's why I sent you after her.
Oh, then never mind. Well, let's scratch what I said then. Because I had to second guess myself.
Yeah, Discord is weird.
That's all right. So instead of saying that, he will go quiet for a moment, and he then speaks up softly. He's getting louder, Kaylee. It's getting a lot louder.
It's just strange because well, this is technically his subordinate's doing.
I think that perhaps the end goal is the same, but the methods to get there are not something that he even agrees with.
I might talk to Anaran about having another meeting with Raven. But right now it's something that we can't really focus on at the moment.
You focus on what needs doing right now. There's nothing to do with Raven that's of pressing matters.
Just keep telling him that no matter what, it's still the god's fault. It's still Orcus and Thursdune, and it's their fault.
It's the fault of more than that. But I understand what you're saying.
We'll figure something. Just keep an eye on everyone, okay? And keep me posted, alright?
Of course. Looks like she's waking up now. I think I ended up accidentally waking her up by speaking. I'm sorry. I'm going to go on ahead and cut off with you and make sure Vix is alright, okay?
Okay.
Be safe out there.
You too. I'll contact you once we get to the next town.
Alright.
City.
Love you.
I love you too.
Hey, Vix, how are you? Click.
How can we convince somebody who's so convinced of all the evil in the world? She kind of just flops back and lays down upon the
Plop.
upon the rock, just looking up at the sky. Why is everything so complicated? Why do you always have to make things complicated? And then, in the end, put it all on our shoulders. I need a helping hand. Yeah, right. Yeah.
Oh, I get
I'm
it
just
now.
gonna have it. I'm gonna have it end there.
All right, that was good timing, actually. You had about 45 seconds.
Yeah.
Chase, we now come to you.
Get ready to move. We need to get weird. They're getting ahead of us more and more. Missed.
I'd say good morning, but I don't suppose there's a lot of good about it at this point. I'm sorry about what happened.
Yeah, it happened. We're gonna be moving out soon, so I suggest you and your group get ready soon as well.
That's fine. It's, west of here, closer to Alexander, right? We're supposed to go there and meet up with the mayor and, throw ourselves at her mercy. Though it's, something that we definitely need to do.
Yeah. You didn't listen to that voice in the back of your head telling you didn't make sense.
Duty over reason. Sometimes it's what soldiers do. And I still regret it.
We weren't meant to be soldiers, we were just meant to be people.
Funny how life works then.
Just like I said, the mayor should show leniency. And And once you'll probably, like I said, be splitting your time between helping our friends train and helping rebuild. Once that gets done, I have a couple of ideas of what you and your group are going to be doing. As much as consolidating our forces can be helpful, we need to start using our resources.
Right.
And I need you all to start getting our family back.
I'm tired of all the death as much as you are. So you've got me. I'll do the best I can, helping you. I don't want this to go on anymore.
First priority is to get those that can still be saved away. They don't need to fight, they just need to be away.
I'll see if we can maybe find out where some of them are going to be going next, and I don't know. Hopefully we can come up with something to get them away. It's going to be difficult under the watchful eyes. I can be perfectly honest with you. I'm a little scared.
That's natural. Fear is not something it is a part of us. Something we don't want to feel, but we need to feel it sometimes because it keeps us safe, keeps us alive. If we don't feel fear, that's when you get the sword in your stomach.
Or an axe to the head.
Look, like I said, for now, rebuild, repurpose. I'll contact them later once we have this Gavaria thing settled down, and I'll have a better plan outlined by then. I have something, but I need more time.
Is there anything at all that, other than what we're doing in Alexander, is there anything that you would like us to watch out for, keep our ears open for?
Well, I mentioned the individual before. His name's Francis. He's an old enemy of mine. And to get back at me, he may very well, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, kind of thing.
I see.
Keep an eye out for him. Keep an ear open for any, just whatever you might hear.
All right. I'll pass it on to everyone else. And we'll do it as best as we can. Our recon isn't exactly the best without Robin. So we're going to have to depend on him.
That's fine. Like I said, I'm still formulating the plan, but there's something up there. But while you're with my friend's training, my fiance, her name's Vix. Chase gives a description of her. Please try to help her.
You got it.
Okay. Can't save everybody, but I'm gonna sure as hell try.
As you leave, she just kind of plops down as you say that, and almost as if those very words kind of trigger something in her as well.
And that's where I'll end my turn.
Okay. Carolus, we come to you.
Alright, give me 1 sec. Tailspire, please do not crash on me now. Nope, there it goes. Okay, we're good.
Whoa, where'd you go?
Whoa. Yeah, where did I go? How did I get all the way over there?
Okay, so yep, you are.
There we go.
You're near 9 lives at least. Now you're
There we
near the
go.
water.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to put myself.
Okay.
Tailspire froze for a little bit. He's just looking at the water for a moment, reflecting on everything that happened last night. All the information about Orion's generals, Alina and Grix. And he's rubbing the sending stone a little bit. Might as well. Well, you'll contact Lashley real fast. Hey, listen. You're gonna have some more people eventually join the camp. People from Chase's clan.
All right. I hesitate to ask, but is everything okay?
A lot got revealed last night, honey. Not a lot that I'm exactly proud of. Hell, I can't even say it without getting pissed off, but I have to keep a cool head. We can't lose our heads right now, not to anger. But I'm sure you saw what happened with Vix, right?
Yeah. I understand that she and the captain are returning here sometime this morning. He's already reached out to us. So
Yeah.
we're all just preparing for their return.
Good to know.
The mimics are working overtime, making sure everybody eats as well as they possibly can. And I'm one of the people that's watching over Rixie. She's also taking it hard. She's still asleep right now, but I can tell you, it wasn't pretty.
Well, if there's anybody in that camp that's good at making everybody feel comfortable and more relaxed, it's definitely you, hun. Lord knows you've done it with me more than enough.
I just try to do the best that I can, especially with what everybody's done for me in return. And it's not just me. There are others here as well that probably do a really good job at keeping her and Vix and everyone else affected in at least as high spirits as they can.
We need more people like that in this world lately, especially in this war. But let's get back to the serious business. One of the members, his name is 9 Lives. Apparently he still has contacts with some of the other people in Chase's clan, people that he's trying to get out. I already asked him this favor. I gave him your description of what he looks like, or what you look like, so that if he gets any information about Orion, his movements, what he's weak to, anything, he's to relay it to you, and you give it to me. Understand?
All right.
I don't know anymore if I should even consider this for myself. Because at first it was for myself. I was pissed. Now I'm even more angry about it, but not for myself anymore. And then there's Alina. Gods know that he's already taken so much, but to do that to her, and to Grix... When does justice not end up becoming senseless murder?
As far as that is concerned, that is something that I can't answer. All I can say is that as long as what you're doing is for the greater good, if you're doing what you can to stop a monster, then whatever the means, I'd say do whatever it takes.
It's just frustrating. We stop them. They have some kind of counterpoint. We figure a way to get around that. We stop them again. They just keep coming back. It's non-stop, and I'm really getting sick of seeing every body on the ground because of their heinous actions.
That's war, Careless. The enemy is always going to try and counter something you've done to counter them into a back and forth until they are finally taken down. You need to find a way to corner them and stop them directly.
Yeah, that's what I've been telling myself every time Jameis escapes. It's just frustrating seeing good people, innocent people suffer and go punished for something that they didn't do other than living. Injustice for the sake of just slaughtering people. And I can't blame the others for being pissed off about it right now, especially what happened with Vix.
Kind of makes you wonder why all of this is even happening in the first place. Why it's
All
even being
because
allowed
of-
to happen.
All because some jackass decided to praise his former captain and decided to rewarp reality. It's disgusting.
Careless, I can't help but wonder. Sometimes I wonder maybe he has a point.
Don't.
No,
Honey,
listen to me. Listen to me. I'm not saying it's the right thing to do, nor should it be done. But you have to wonder, where does this stop? Not just now, but in the future. Why is there so much of this every year that goes by? Orion will fall, others will fall, but then there will be more to replace them. It's almost like a never-ending cycle.
I won't lie. I've thought about that myself too. I mean, every time we win a battle, it seems like we have one great victory. We have finally put a dent in their plans, only for them to come back stronger. It's a frustrating cycle that I agree with, but if we don't do something to stop the innocents from being oppressed or being killed, then there's nothing left to fight for. Nothing.
It's just an ill wind that I've been feeling lately. I'm sorry, it's affecting me. I don't know what I'm saying. I just...
Honey, hey. It's okay. You had a thought on your head and you wanted to get it out. I get it. Trust me, I do. I've been wondering that ever since the Zadoria battles. How long is this going to keep going until we're dead and they get what they want, or they're dead and we have what we want? And you might be right. Others might rise up to take their place in the future, but the same goes for us. In this lifestyle we lead, we will eventually fall, be it on the battlefield or to old age or sickness. Though I would prefer the old age with somebody that I loved at my side, but that's neither here nor there. What keeps this going is that we know. No, not that we know. We feel that we have a duty, a sense of justice to keep people safe, to keep the people who can't protect themselves protected from the evils of the world. That's why we keep fighting. That's why I want you to keep in your head from now on too, okay? We keep fighting to protect those who can't protect themselves.
No, you're right. I'm sorry that I went there.
It's fine. It's just the stress talking.
Yeah, it's a lot more than just that. Like I said, I don't know what it is, but I feel something really bad on the winds right now. If I feel anything more, I'll let you know. I don't know enough, but I've just got a bad feeling. So,
Like in the pit of your stomach kind of bad, or is it something that's going to affect everybody?
just in the pit of my stomach. You know
Well,
me, I can read the winds, and that's what I mean by an ill wind blowing. It's almost as if it's trying to warn me. So,
well,
just...
if you get another sense like that, contact me. Even if we're in the middle of a battle, contact me and let me know what's going on.
Right. That's all I can really do right now. I don't have anything else, just that feeling. So, just do me a favor. Just be careful, okay? I'm tired of this news.
Believe me, honey, I am too. The next time I call, hopefully it will be better news. But do me a favor as well. Keep yourself safe and keep getting stronger as well. Don't go down whimpering. If you have to go down fighting. But in general, don't die either, because that would break my heart and I don't want to lose you. You're too precious to me.
I get it, Careless. It's all right. Just go on. It's an early day. Get an early start, so that way you can come back sooner.
Will do, hun. Will do. I'll let you know when we're at Gavaria. But for now, stay safe. Love
Good
you.
to-
Look out after Mom, Alia, and everybody else for me, okay?
If they're not looking out for me first.
All right, I gotta go. I'll talk to you later, honey. See you soon.
See you soon.
He'll put the walkie-talkie, or the walkie-talkie. I meant to say talkie-rocky, god damn it. He'll put the sending stone away and look at the water for a sec. Yeah.
You only have like 30 seconds.
Okay, I'll make this quick. He'll look at the water, and then at the mark at his hand. So, justice, huh? Gotta keep that in mind going forward. Okay. Do-do. And he will just wait at the entrance for everybody else, and I'll end my turn there.
All right. So when you go to the entrance to prepare for everyone else's arrival, 9 Lives, of course, is there. He wishes you a good morning. And Fang is currently looking over the destruction that had suddenly happened that she didn't get a chance to see. And it's like, what kind of monstrous being did this? And why was I
My
not
hideaway!
involved?
My hideaway!
But then she just jumps down, and we'll just say the 3 of you will have some small talk.
That's fun.
Yeah.
Good to end there.
And Belle, we are coming to you as unfortunately you were, because of how you were feeling last week, we're going to say that you had become cardboard up until this morning. So whether or not somebody has filled you in on what's happened or not, I will leave up to them.
Okay, now I am in a completely different camp.
Yes.
And I take it by the look on your face, something else has exploded.
Run down. The rest of Breeze's friends have agreed to join us after being told the truth. We found out that Grix got killed and is now an undead smith for Orion.
Grix.
Grix is dead.
Wait, which one was that? Did I meet that one?
You might have. Belle certainly did.
Yeah, remember, I only really heard voices.
Vix and Rixie's father, he'll describe Grix.
Okay.
Would you like to roll for a history to see if you do remember, or do you want to just play it off?
Sure. I'll roll it.
All right,
16.
Yeah, 16? That, considering it was more Belle than you, and your current personality and mindset, I'm going to say that that is barely enough to have a silhouette in mind with some very distinct features. You don't remember each and every little detail about him, like Belle would, but as far as Bella Thama is concerned, yeah, just imagines just a short goblin with a mustache, had a very large wrench on his belt, but that's about it.
Okay. That's okay. Any more bad news?
Well, the Fae has been working with some of the members of the mayor in Gavaria. Not the mayor himself, but definitely someone working under him. So we have a place to start.
I mean, that is with respect to Akira over there, that's not exactly comforting. Those creatures are fickle at the best of times, and that is a diplomatic description.
I'm aware. but it is somewhere to start. I'd rather have somewhere to start than not.
Okay, but the start very well could end up being strangling the life out of a bunch of fairies.
We will see about that.
All right. I just want it on the record now. I am not comfortable with creatures that never have any. Well, I suppose I shouldn't say never, but rarely have coherent thoughts or a plan or any kind of vision.
I know. I don't like dealing with certain types of fae myself, but it's what we have to do.
I've noticed, but why are you loosing venom on me right now?
I'm just in a bad mood.
Okay, someone that this group tends to like is a hostage. Is there any other reason?
Do you actually
That is a
care?
fixable. Do I actually care?
I know Belle never really gave a flying fuck about how I felt or what I thought. Just trying to figure you out.
Have I not gone out of my way to speak with you?
have, and I'm appreciative. Don't get me wrong. I am just used to that same face telling me to basically fuck off because I'm an elf.
He's just very quickly going through his memories. Don't recall him ever. I don't recall that being a serious proclamation.
Lightly, Thama. Lightly.
But
Always debating semantics with me.
that wasn't semantics in that regard. I literally I had to check his memories.
Not you.
Oh,
Yes.
well. I don't know. I remember a lot of your conversations. I don't take them as semantics, finer points, but I don't know. But I suppose when it comes to the specifics of your religion, it would be in a lot of ways. But you must forget. You'll have to forgive him for that. He's a little self-righteous.
Oh, no, I've noticed. Self-righteous in even all the wrong ways.
But that is not what we are speaking of. Again, is something else actually bothering you about all of this? Because this is not the first time someone you rather like has been in danger, and it's been fixed before, and we've always been able to fix it with middling results, depending on who we're talking about. But sometimes it's been fine.
He just pokes his own head. It's been this way for a very long time. I don't
You're
like
talking about
my personal mental state. Yes.
Has no one talked to you about this?
What, the 70 years of PTSD built upon killing everyone I love and losing everyone that's still alive that I cared about? Yes. It's not going to go away until the war stops. My war won't stop, so it's not going away.
Okay. So,
3 minutes.
you feel like you're in a hopeless situation. This is definitely something. I am going to strangle the information out of you for, metaphorically speaking, for once. Because yes, I do care. You were the first person to actually take a risk on me. When, by all rights, you probably should have been the last, given your altercations with the other.
There are two sides to every story. I heard one side. I wanted to learn the other.
No easy task when the other barely had enough coherence to have a side.
The point, Tama, and I do appreciate the concern. It's not hopeless. I end your wars, and he just kind of gestures to everyone else. That'll at least mine feel a little less painful. Either way,
So you believe my war can be ended?
Yours is killable. Mine isn't.
Mine's a god. Mine's multiple gods, and the root of yours is also a god. At the end of the day.
I'm not talking about your father, but fair enough, point taken.
Well, he's certainly one of their instruments, but he's not. My problems don't go away with him.
Either way, you are on the path to at least lessen the burden upon your species.
And you?
I am trying to prevent what is already happening to the Yuan team. For the
That sounds like a winnable fight to me. But you've been fighting it for several centuries. I mean, you've been fighting it for damn near a century, by the sounds of it. So I can see where you might be a little shy on hope there.
A century, my people, maybe 1,000 years. The time is a little wonky.
And my people, whether they know it or not, as a species, have been. Well, they caused their own. Well, they're responsible for the problem themselves. There are those among us who've been fighting this war a lot longer than that. It's a generational thing. Just same as yours.
I'm just gonna nose in and big brute off. Oh my god. Just gonna nose in and say that your time is just about up, so go ahead and find a stopping place, or if you just want to say that you want to continue this conversation on the road.
I have a way to end this for now. Tama, question. Are you actually trying to marry off your sister to me for some goddamn reason?
Not the skin.
Oh god.
And then end it. No.
Please don't.
No, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
And for the record, out of character, that's not a brood off. If anything, I'm trying to tell him it's not that bad. There is an end in sight. Like, I'm actually trying to reduce the brood, but whatever.
Perception is reality.
All right.
Either way.
Alright. Yeah, that's an awkward line to end on, but I'll take it.
We're gonna have to because we gotta get the ball going here. So, with Akira having listened to all this going down at the fireplace, what would he like to do now?
Ugh. Yeah. Akira's katana basically turns into a gauntlet, and he just goes up on the rocks to just practice using them. I am getting a little bit. I'm just going to wait until everyone else is ready.
Gotcha.
So basically, Akira's just changing his weapons to different forms and just using them. So that's it.
Okay.
I want to get the ball worried.
That's interesting. I think that's the first time you've done something like that with your weapon. What's this based off of?
Oh no, technically as a hexblade you can conjure a weapon of your choice. But once you get a magical weapon, you kind of can't. But Akira's been doing that for a while. I just don't do it often.
Gotcha. Okay. Neat.
But I figured, you know what? I'm going to just make things interesting and just screw around with this aspect of it.
Oh no, interesting is good. Screwing around is also good. In a
good way.
In certain aspects. Evelyn, we come to you.
I got nothing, Chief.
Okay. I guess it makes sense considering that you were not here last week and therefore you have no real attachment to what's happening right now. So, that being said, the early morning becomes mid-morning, and with Careless now waiting for everyone to get ready to go while having a conversation with Nine Lives and Fang, the rest of you, I will say that by now the fireplace has ended up going out and the time to leave is upon you. So the roleplay initiative has now come to an end. It is now freeform until you all are collectively, let's get going.
I think we just go.
Why don't you go?
Yeah, I don't think. Well, go ahead, Kagato. Sorry.
I was going to say, what say everyone?
I mean, if somebody's got something they want to do before we leave, go ahead, but honestly, I got nothing either.
Yeah, I don't think we have anything. I think everything's been set up for everything else. So unless somebody has something specific they want to do, I think it's about time we get moving.
Mm-hmm. All right then.
It's gonna take more than It's gonna take more than words for what I'm apparently trying to do right now. So, I'm not a dwarf with the pick required to undig this fucking knife here.
That's fair enough. So then, that leaves then Bun. Is there anything that you would like to follow up on before leaving?
We're all good.
All right. Then, in that case, as everyone gathers their things, you all, along with the Umbra clan members that you have befriended, meet up at the fork in the road and say goodbye to each side as they go to the west and you continue on the path to the east. So let me go on ahead and get this here. Dun, dun, dun. Proper adventuring music, go! Now then. So, let me do a quick roll here. 6. Let's see. All right, Evelyn, I'm going to need you to roll a d20 for me. Or going back to Theater of the Mind.
Oh dear. Oh yeah, I finally get back and I had to roll.
Yes.
It's either high or low, Charles. Good luck.
You had to say something, didn't you, Sky? Yeah, it's everyone's favorite number 1.
1?
Oh no.
Let's see. All right. So, as you're traveling, you see, let's see, I gotta roll for this. Good heavens. Okay. So, as you all are continuing on, you are on currently the pathway to Hilford. And that is, of course, on the way to Gavaria, it being the only major city remaining left between the two. The hills begin to gradually flatten out in places, and one such place you're going to start to see some farmland. Not very large farmland, mind you, just private properties of farmland. In which case, you're going to come across a small little homestead with a decently sized group, about as large as yours, of 8 men and women in bright green cloaks and bright green hats. They're riding around on horseback, singing loudly, doing some kind of a celebration. So that is that, in case you want to bypass them or engage with them.
Was there a map change or anything?
No, there was no map
neither
change.
am I.
These are random events. They're not anything big until they turn into something big, in which case I will have a map for it.
Okay. I apologize. I'm juggling a couple different conversations right now. Reiterate what we just saw.
So basically, you're coming across some farmland now that you're getting closer to Hilford, and you come across this stationary homestead that's got some farm around it, and you see what looks like a family of 8 men and women, all dressed in green cloaks and green hats, that are riding around on horseback, singing loudly. It looks like they're doing some sort of festival or festivity or ritual of some kind.
Does this look familiar to Anaran, since he's from this island?
Good question. Anaran.
Does it?
Anaran, I would like you to then roll for history or religion.
Okay, we're gonna do the one I actually have points in. With a guidance. Ooh, 25.
25, okay. So looking at the garb and looking at the dance that they're doing, it seems to be some form of variation to a ritualistic dance in praise to the goddess Shantae. So when you take a look further on, taking a look at the crops, you see that there's not a lot. In fact, it's kind of meager looking for this time of year, though you can also tell by further inspection, your passive would be able to tell this, that it seems like some of the crops have been destroyed in some way. Large rocks are also found amongst the fields.
Hill giants have been absolutely annihilating their farmland.
How does singing and dancing help?
They're trying to invoke Shantae to bless them with a bountiful harvest. Don't ask me if it works. I'm not under her clergy.
Don't we know someone who follows that?
Aelia.
Unfortunately, she's not here with us. Oh well.
Well, she not physically.
No, but yeah, we still have her. We still have the phone in the form of Hanrat.
Got it.
We
Sending
have
stone.
sending stone. Go ahead.
Sending stone to Nahiri. Hey, sweetie, could you get Aelia on the phone? We have something that might be of her expertise.
Sure, on my way. And after a short moment, how does this thing work? It's already on. Oh, it is. Hello. Is that you,
don't-
Adaran?
I think I can hear that.
No,
Something
not
must
so
have
loud.
happened
You
if he's
just
reacted.
You just speak normally into it. Oh, I do? Oh, hi.
Years. Anyway, hi, Aelia. We have a bunch of Shantea worshippers trying to bless the land because hill giants have been absolutely tossing rocks on their farm.
Oh, yeah, that would make sense. Typically, when there's a bad harvest or something happens to the harvest, they try to do some sort of ritual to appease Shantea in order to make up for what was lost. And sometimes it works if those that are performing it are considered to be worthy of such a gift. She typically doesn't do too many handouts, otherwise everybody would rely on her for everything.
That's pretty fair. Well, not much we can do about it.
No, I would say just leave them be. I think if they're in the middle of this, they're probably not going to even talk to you in the first place. They don't want
probably
to.
not.
They don't want to break the enchantment that they're trying to do. Otherwise, they have to start all over again. It varies from region to region, but roughly the steps are close to being the same.
Thanks, Aelia.
Is this-
Click.
So, what you got?
They're just...
Yeah.
It's nothing we can really do.
Oh, we
Yeah.
can't dance with them.
I mean, do you want to dance with them?
I mean, just maybe just help them out a little bit, just by helping out with the ritualists.
Wait. You also worship of agriculture. How about you go do this? They might have better luck with yours.
Probably.
You'll
Kara
just have to
basically-
pretend
Kara's
it's
going to disguise
Shantea.
himself as one of them, and just tries to at least help perform the ritual, I guess.
Interesting. All right, roll performance.
Thank God I got fucking advantage on this. I suck.
Oh no!
Well, but sure, Anaran probably cast guidance before you went over and did it.
We can say that, yes.
All right,
So
well
that-
then with guidance, then what did you get?
Extra D4.
I really love to roll low, so 13.
Ah, just a 13. So your performance is no better or worse than everyone else around you. And as a result, you don't really feel that spiritual connection that you would get with a ritual like this if it was succeeding. So at the end of what they were doing, you feel that sense of accomplishment that you at least assisted them, but you don't feel anything beyond that.
Wow. Hey everyone, I suck at this job.
You tried.
We all have our off days.
You're good at talking. You're good at lying. Didn't say you were good at dancing.
Have to be someone else for a dance. And that was
Yes, like
actually a little
Belle,
bit
like Belle.
better. Oh well.
What?
Maybe one day I'll probably be good at performance, but I ain't no bard.
And such the
But,
Green-clad
I'll
family.
admit,
As such, the
I'll
Green-clad
admit,
family ride off to another part of their homestead, beyond what you're able to see, beyond behind their home. Who knows if they're going to continue or perhaps begin their barbecue behind the house, talk about politics and the current game. Now, the traversal continues.
I mean, I'll admit that I was sort of following the muscle, like how everyone was moving. I don't know why I know that they were doing several things wrong, but I know they were.
Well,
let's move on.
Yeah, we're not gonna. That was a good chance for Akira, but we're not gonna have everybody take a stab at this for the sake of time. It's gonna basically be like when something like this happens, one of you goes. So pick the person with the best expertise in something. So next up, now that it's beginning to be the afternoon, let me go on ahead and. Oh, hold on, that's why. I rolled the wrong dice. Ah, there we go. Let's see. 1, 2. Oh, it is Careless this time. Careless, if you could give me a roll for a d20.
1d20 roll coming right up. $14.
14. All right. So, 2. It appears as though that things are looking very relaxing as you are continuing on, and the hills are now starting to build up again. You find that there's still farmland for as far as your eyes can see. Now you're coming across what appears to be a farm of livestock. As you can see, quite a large flock of sheep grazing on the hillside. But beyond that, you do see that there is, of course, the local shepherd that is nowhere near those sheep. In fact, she is, tending over what appears to be corpses of dozens and dozens of sheep. She is on her hands and knees, sobbing.
Oh, I got this. So, are the sheep moving?
The corpses are not moving. They are all dead. They look like they have been...
Not the corpses, the non-corpses.
No. They are indeed moving. They're grazing. They're just going around eating grass, buying at each other.
Okay, Anaran will leave them alone and move over to the shepherd. Had an accident.
She just looks up at you, just wiping the tears from her eyes. Looks to be a middle-aged woman, probably in her mid-40s. Looking a little bit dirtied up. I'm sorry, I've just been trying to handle this. The attacks are getting more frequent. This is the largest amount I've lost.
Attacks?
I suppose that it's been a while since you've been here, but hill giants have been becoming more and more of a menace lately. Just look at this. And your passive perception is definitely high enough. You can see that the sheep that she's mourning over are either half or mostly eaten. Heads bitten off, legs bitten off, torsos bitten off. Bones spat back out all over the place. It is not a pretty sight.
It also is not typical, because hill giants would just take the entire thing back with them.
That's correct.
I'm afraid to say it, but your unfortunate sheep here did not be attacked by hill giants. They would have just taken the entire thing.
I know,
Not
that's...
Bites.
I know, that's what is so strange. Because I know it was hill giants. I saw them with my own eyes.
Anaran's gonna take a bit of first he's gonna insight check her.
Okay.
Just to general understand if she's even in the state understanding.
Mm-hmm.
17.
17 insight. She's frantic, and what she says she believes is the truth.
He'll just gently pat her on the head. Take a breather. Calm. And then I'll actually examine the corpses.
All right. So this is going to take medicine.
Mm-hmm.
I'll assist.
Okay. I'll have guidance, so... 22.
22, just enough to know for a fact that as far as the bite marks for a lot of these sheep, they do actually line up with what would be seen as the bite marks of a hill giant. And that should immediately, with you and your knowledge of hill giants, be inconsistent with how they should be acting. They would be, as you said, either completely gone or all devoured with their bones spat up if they would have even done that much.
He kind of just sits there. Take your sheep back to your farm. I believe a hill giant might have fallen into a pit of hunger-induced madness.
I see. All right. I'll take the sheep inside. There's enough room in the shed for all of them right now. Hopefully he won't find him. All right, come along, come along. She just gets back up and starts to shepherd the remaining sheep back to her homestead. The shed that she was talking about was a little run down, but definitely big enough to house them all safely and in cover. The best defense that she could possibly ask for what she has.
Said, are there any obvious tracks of a hill giant?
There are actually indeed some tracks among the mess. Some of them are bloodied footprints that seem to lead up, of course, up around the hills. They are hill giant tracks. Eventually they do, however, vanish once you get to the more rockier sections.
Is it just one or a pair?
You find that there are at least 4 sets.
This is a family of hill giants.
Somebody's organizing them.
Somebody is organizing them in order to try and make fame. I believe we're gonna have to murder this crow fella.
Fame might not be all there is to it.
No.
Between this and the farmers, this isn't raiding for food. This is raiding to deny an enemy food. This is asymmetrical warfare.
Pretty low to do that.
Makes sense if you're an enemy without borders.
We're trying to starve people out.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like
Someone
say
is-
a village of elves trying to stave off a apocalypse.
Do you guys get a lot of food from the outside?
We do have our own farms, but typically we function off river fish grown for herbs that we grow. And then we usually hunt the local wildlife for wolf, bear, deer. We do get
Check
some
the next
supplies.
river we come across, see if there's been anything done to it.
Well,
Because
Yeah.
if the pattern continues, we may be...
Let's go meet with this
Mhm.
crow fella, then I will decide whether he lives or dies.
I was about to say, we're losing daylight. Come on, let's keep moving.
Well, just saying, I don't know who this is, who we're talking about here. This doesn't sound like a fame thing, a vanity thing.
Well, we'll find out one way or another. Let's stop wasting time. We gotta keep moving.
Okay.
All right. So
I will bury the sheep, though.
okay. I am going to now change the map because it has now been one full day. And before I change the map, I want to say, does anybody have any kind of conversations that they want to have amongst each other? Because I can load up a camp and just like before and have you all talk amongst yourselves if you have anything that you would like to talk about. But if nobody wants to, then I won't bother loading up the map.
Well,
We really should discuss about what we're going to do.
Okay.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
All right.
I mean, again, I'm on the asymmetrical warfare train. It's just determining a likely culprit because there are several
This.
that come to mind.
We'll
I
figure
believe
it all
there's
out.
enough
Okay.
people
So
saying
that's
yes.
probably worth discussing.
I just don't want anyone to constitute my silence as a means just to speak for me.
No, that's understandable.
Yeah, so, okay, I will load up the campsite and bring you all in. So, that's Kira, that's Hanaran, that's Belle, that's Chase, that's Evelyn, that's Kaylee, that's Careless, that is Sue, and that is everyone. So I get... All right. So, it is now the evening of the first day of travel. You are now 1 day and a half. No, 3/4 of a day at the pace that you're going to Hilford. When you arrive there, it will be either the morning or the evening, depending on your pace. So, at this moment, I will pass it on to the lot of you as you have now learned on your travels here today that the hill giants are in fact active and doing things that are not normal for what they are supposed to be doing as a people.
All right, everybody, let's gather together and talk about this.
Oh, I pretty much said like you're. As far as where my mind's at right now, like you didn't even have to fucking say anything. I'm probably already poking Chase, going, "Hey, what does this look most resemble to you?"
Alright, I think I need a recap of what's going on.
Are you asking that of
Master
me
Conspiracy.
or are you asking that of your teammates?
You know what? I think it's better that you do it. Because I don't want there to be any miscommunications.
All right. So, as far as a simple recap of the basic information that you have in regards to these hill giants and the Scarecrow. When you all left the pirate camp, you first came across a merchant that was on his way over to Alexander in order to sell fruits and vegetables. Of course, coming from the farmland, that now makes sense. However, he mentions that Hilford is currently being watched over by a being called the Scarecrow, which he attributed to essentially being like a guardian angel sent down to protect Hilford from Shantea herself. This, however, to Anaran is not something that Shantea would actually do. So the people believe it, but that's about all that is known about this. On top of that, while you have had a meeting with the hill giants, they are not an intelligent species. They did try to do something relatively smart by getting you into a pincer attack, but they massively and utterly failed. This pretty much shows how dumb they really are, and yet they are going around causing havoc that seems to be considered organized beyond what they normally are. They are typically a large and gluttonous people that only like to eat, and yet they're leaving food behind. They are destroying crops, they're not taking them all. It's bizarre for what they're doing.
So, just wrapping my head around this, we're under the belief, or at least from what I can tell, we're under the belief that the Scarecrow is ordering around the hill giants to make himself look good.
I don't know who Scarecrow is, so I'm under no such.
Apparently he was someone who moved in within the last month and a half.
Yes, that detail is something very recent.
He wasn't here when we left Alexander the first time.
When
The
did
hill-
the whole thing with Gavaria started happening?
Technically, it's been just, I'm going to say 2 weeks at maximum.
Relatively recent.
Oh, wait, you're talking about Gavaria with the disease, right?
Yes.
That
the
has
whole
been going
thing.
around for a little bit longer. We're going to say
About a month and a
much
half,
longer?
you'd say?
longer than that. I'd say probably 2.5 months. I'm trying to think about timing based off of everything that you have been doing. Assuming that you all have been at this for about 5 to 6 months, then it started probably around 3 months ago.
There's no reason to think it's connected yet, though it certainly isn't helping with any form of recovery.
Either way, it's an issue that must be dealt with.
But
Maybe
what
s-
makes you think it was done for vanity reasons?
If he's being regalled as a guardian, then he's clearly wanting fame or some kind of attention.
Mm, not necessarily.
Well, he may want the fame, but somebody else may still want the disruption. He may not be the top of this totem pole.
Yeah,
Or he
sad.
might be working with somebody.
Mm-hmm.
We do
Could be a
know.
distraction from one of our enemies. You never know about that.
Do know that Vicus was in Gavaria City a couple of months ago. Whether it's related to a grander plan or just a minor thing, it is something that needs to be dealt with.
Or at the very least exposed.
Well, it probably is connected because everything always seems to be with this group. I'd still err on the side of calling the Scarecrow more of an isolated incident for now. We don't even know that he's connected to the Hill Giants, do we? Like, for a
No.
fact.
We don't have any evidence, but
We have at least verbal confirmation from somebody who's been to Hillford recently. That is currently all we have.
Okay. So, we do have a reason to pull on that thread. That's fine. But again, as I said at the start, yeah, this is raiding to deny supplies. So, I'm wondering if we're going to find, assuming that what we were told is accurate, I'm wondering if when we get there, if we're going to find an alternative supplier of food, of food to make up for the hill giants causing shortages.
kind of like the whole thing with Dahlem.
That does make
Yeah.
sense.
The water, exactly
Yeah.
like that. And I wonder if that's going to be in any way related to the plague. Maybe not overtly, but they already tricked us with that, with shit like those water balloons, where it wasn't all of them, just enough of them. So
We could try to find official
our
documents
first-
at his house. Maybe have like Kaylee sneak in and see if she can find any information.
nobody is going to be stupid enough to leave official documents of plaguing grain.
You never know.
Most we'll find is the beginnings of that particular supply chain, assuming that we run into that. If we don't, then it might be safe to write this off as isolated. That's what I think.
As far as I'm aware, Gavaria and Hillsbury? Hillsford? Hilltown. Are two
The hills have
entire...
ice.
The Elves of Ice!
God damn it.
Either way, they are two separate indications. There is a Fae causing a natural occurrence, temperature drop, as far as the information I've been getting, over in Gavaria, which is causing the illness, but it's only in the city. As for this, somebody's definitely making the hill giants act weird.
That actually makes me think less of it being isolated, because a temperature drop would also destroy the surrounding ecosystem.
Food supplies do run low in that kind of environment too, so yeah, that's a good point.
Crops,
Temperature drop
animals.
is, as far as I'm aware, only in Gavaria City. The city itself. City-wise crops, probably, but...
It seems like the sort of thing a druid of sufficient enough strength to be able to counteract, but they haven't for some reason.
Maybe they're being held up somewhere?
Kagato, do I know of any druids that live in this area?
The only druids that you would know personally would be those of your own hometown and currently now Robin.
Oh, and Lasley, but...
And Lasley. I would say that there's nobody of like particular noteworthiness that you would know about.
Anaran, in short, has not met or heard about any druid living in the hillside area.
That is correct.
Thank you. Anaran just shrugs. I don't even know if one even lives here.
That's weird. This is removed enough from civilization that you'd expect a circle or something to be in this area.
Okay, Thama, druids typically are very secretive about their homes.
I know, I understand that, but someone surely would have seen something.
They might have seen larger animal life, bigger wolves, birds, or other such creatures acting strange, but more intelligent. But outside of that, druids are not easily ones to find when they don't want to be found.
I am going to stop and since Akira is in fox form running around, I want to ask Akira, perhaps, is there anything that you would like to say that you've been waiting to have a chance?
I'm just letting them talk.
Oh, okay.
He's just dicking around.
Oh, gotcha.
Yep.
All your yins, yip.
You're just foxing about.
Well, at this point, we might as well just get back to Hillsford and... Whoa, what happened?
She
Don't worry
got
about it,
yeeted.
But how the hell did you get yeeted?
She spun so much she just flew off like a top.
Let go.
Akira activated his fucking giant invisible slingshot.
Tabletop simulator days where you could flick things off the board, remember?
Those were the
Good times.
days.
Anyway, well, honestly, we're just guessing at this point. We don't even know if it's connected to what's going on in Gavaria, so I think at the moment, we get to Hilford, we ask around about the Scarecrow, maybe even find him, and once we get enough more information from there, decide if we make our move to put a stop to him. Obviously, we probably will, but at the same time, we're just sitting here scratching our heads making conjectures. Not exactly the best kind of way to go forward with it.
It's better than fumbling into it blind.
No, it's better than that, but we need more concrete proof. That's all I'm saying.
That's why I asked what do we actually know as factual.
Let's put it to you this way. A group of at least 4 hill giants ruthlessly slaughtered a bunch of sheep, did not eat all of them, and left them to rot by or be fed upon by wolves. That is extremely out of their normal behavior.
They're not smart enough to do their own organized crimes like that too, right?
Gods no. You saw what they were like at the hill. Akira talked, confused them, they fucked off for a little bit. That's why they're usually not that big of an issue. And normally they only travel in groups of 2 at most.
They can have raiding parties of more, I believe,
They
but
can.
that's what that is, a raiding party.
Yes,
Not really
but
they sit in ambush.
Yes.
Anaran, I'm going to actually have you roll for either nature or history.
Okay, well, we're gonna do nature since we have that. And guidance. 12?
Flash of genius to make it 16.
Okay. That, I'll give you a little bit. Probably more than just a little bit. As far as working in like 4s or more, you know that's unheard of. As far as hill giants are concerned, they're so gluttonous and greedy, they don't like to share their stuff. So they usually work alone or at most with one other hill giant. They typically prefer to travel with their pets, whether they be slimes or puddings or gels or wolves.
Giant, yeah, or dire wolves or trained animals.
Sometimes trolls, sometimes ogres, but typically they have a limit on how much they can eat. Hill giants, they eat and eat and eat. So why would they want to usually have another group of hill giants with them? So 1 is usually the most they would ever want to work with.
Unfortunately, Thama, they're not like other giants. They're mostly solitary creatures.
I
One
may have
other-
been thinking of ogres.
You could have been thinking about literally anything else. Frost giants typically travel in families and herds, as we saw in Wintervale. I'm certain fire, clouds, storms, etc. all have their own little family hierarchies. But hill giants are too stupid and too gluttonous to even want to have another one around them, unless it's a female in order to mate.
I'll just add to that and say that that's when they're traveling or going on a hunt. They do have a hierarchy and they do have established groups, but they're usually out and about hunting to eat more than hanging around each other.
Plus, if they're hanging around the hill areas, there's a lot of beasties that like to live in the hills, so they would typically be busy eating those.
Eating or domesticating them, because hill giants are the ones who didn't get the memo. Like, unlike humans, they didn't get the memo on if not friend, why friend shaped. And it actually worked somehow. Probably because they're bigger than those animals.
The point being is that this is very unlike them. That's why they weren't that big of a deal before, because of the very behaviors. But their behaviors and the amount of numbers have increased. Which means someone more intelligent is at play here.
Well,
If
that's
they're
most likely
different,
the
if they're
crow at
camp.
this point.
If they're different at their camps, would it be worth it to find one and try to talk to them? To
Tried
find
that.
a camp of them.
Well, first of all, that'd be suicide. Second,
A lot of things we've done would be suicide. That's a relative statement.
Let's file that away as a one of the lower plans. Let's Hilford is the place we should be heading first before we make any more judgments on stuff like that.
either way, you find out what this crow person knows. And then we deal with the problem. I'm not gonna sit idly by and let my own countrymen suffer.
I
Well,
think we're
we're going around in circles at this point. Let's get to Hilford, get more concrete information, and then decide what to do from there.
That's what they just said.
before before we but before that, does Kaylee or Evelyn or anyone have anything else to add?
They're just spinning.
I think they're just
Spinning
playing
like
together.
Beyblade.
Okay.
Yeah,
The
Kaylee and
fluffies
Akira
are being
are
fluffy.
mostly just playing with each other.
Oh my.
Oh my.
Oh my fucking god, guys!
Hi, he said it. I was just here.
Slap you, Sky.
I love you, bun.
all right. So, okay. Let's move on then. As it is now time for, let's see. I think we can do one more before I change maps. So, we are going to first stop this. And so, morning comes.
God, flashbangs.
That's why I
Not
looked away.
really. That's what you get for playing in full screen.
Soul just jumps up, slaps you all in the face. Get up! Time to go adventuring!
Adaran bites him in the fucking finger.
Soul just scurries away. Now, I am going to do one more, and then, as I said, the map is going to change. So, considering who has gone, I actually will think, instead of rolling for this one, since we've done 3 already, Adaran, please roll me a d20.
Where we roll, rocks fall, everyone dies, game over.
No, I mean, something might
No.
happen like that, but I probably won't kill you.
14.
14? All right, so...
I was making a joke, by the way.
Gotcha.
I mean, I was also at one point stupid enough to put a more or less instant death encounter as a joke as a 1% on a random encounter table, and then it well, that's tempting fate, and they rolled it. So,
Well, I will say that this is relevant to a certain conversation that just happened, because as you are walking along, you come across a river. Just a gentle river meandering throughout the countryside. Its water is clear and inviting.
yeah. So about checking it to see if anyone's done anything to it.
Fine.
The best.
Fuck you, fate win. The fate is on my side.
Friendly. Fine. Just make a campfire, take a sample, and start bubbling the water to see if any impurities come.
All right. So, upon checking the water, I'm going to need you to please roll for medicine.
Did I do it this time, since this is more alchemical stuff?
Well, this is a mix of medicine and such, but fine, I'll let you have the advantage. And guidance.
Let's see. 16 plus 4. 24 for 20, plus an additional 8 because of my alchemist kit for 28.
Good grief! Okay, sir, you detect that there's no poison or anything, but there is when you decide to take a look at it, there's nothing truly impure here, and yet I can't help but feel like there's something off. You notice through all sorts of means that there is a very small hint of rot in there somewhere. Flesh rot.
Yeah.
Gross.
What do I
like-
win?
Shut the fuck up, Bell. So basically, a dying creature is in the river.
That there
Or
are
dead
there are dead creatures that are just steeping in the river upstream somewhere.
Well, time to go remove them.
Yep.
All right. So as a result of this slight detour, you will now end up arriving in Hilford the next in the morning rather than the evening. As you all go and you find that there are quite a bit of interesting finds upriver. You find horses that are, again, half-eaten or mutilated. You also find people and a hill giant that is just covered in arrows. It seems like perhaps a fight went on and nobody survived.
Not intentional poisoning, but we should get these out of the water path.
Mm-hmm.
Not intentional.
Spend a time removing the corpses one by one.
Okay.
I mean, while they're doing that, investigate. Just a quick investigation of 24. I'm making sure none of these bodies look like they were deliberately moved into the river or anything like in or around the river, were they?
You can look around, but you don't really see much in the way of any tampering. It seems, at least from what you can perceive, that everybody has fallen in their place naturally. There's only about 4 human beings, all dead, about 4 horses as well, half-eaten, and the hill giant's just a pincushion.
Okay. So nothing. Any identifiers on any of the bodies, hill giant or otherwise? Like,
That's going to probably be an investigation roll, but you're going to have to pinpoint what you're investigating. Are you investigating a person? Are you investigating the hill giant? Or are you investigating the horses? Or once more the area around?
we'll start with the human corpses.
All right, roll investigation then.
23.
23. All right. So
Just any signifier, family signifiers, anything, somewhere to return some of their belongings to.
It appears as if this group were a small adventuring party based off of the side of the river that they're on. You can make a guess that they were essentially ambushed right before they were going to cross the river, and they were going technically, from what you can discern, in the direction of Alexander. So it's a chance that they came from Hilford or beyond. As far as any kind of family indicators, yeah, you're seeing a family crest on one of them, but it's nothing that you've ever seen before.
Okay, it's not like emblazoned on armor or anything. Or...
No names, just symbols.
Okay, like if it's not attached to anything particular, I'm not gonna I can. It's removable, is what I'm asking.
It is removable, yeah. Technically so, if you want to take your knife to it, or if it's on armor, well, that's going to take a little bit more, but there's some of those same emblems on clothing.
Yeah, okay. I'll gather up as many of those as I can, see if there ain't anyone who doesn't recognize it.
If you point it after we're done moving the bodies, I could give it a check.
Okay. And I'll do, and for one last one, after I do that, I'm gonna do the same thing, but for the hill giant, to see if I can't find like a tribal marking or anything on a 21.
Tribal marking.
See if I can't figure out where this fucker came from.
21. Unfortunately, you do not find any sort of tribal marking on this hill giant. Tribal markings, Anaran, by now you would have a decent amount of knowledge on hill giants. They don't care about that, so they wouldn't mark themselves. If you do happen to find a marking on one, they didn't put it on themselves. Somebody else would have done so for them for whatever reason, but in this case, you don't find any tribal markings of any sort.
So they don't have any way to distinguish which hill giants belong to their camp and which don't.
They're too stupid to remember anyways.
Yeah, it's basically, you bigger than me, I follow you. You smaller than me, you follow me. Family? What that? Is that food? Can I eat it?
Okay. Yeah, worth a shot. That's pretty much all I wanted to do in this area, so
Okay.
I leave it off to anybody else.
All right. So, is there anything anyone else would like to investigate in this area? All right.
Just burn the bodies, bury them, remove them.
All right then.
The water will clean itself out.
It will. As far as you know. But, at least as far as this particular instance, the water is now running clean.
Like 28 better have been good enough to find that out.
So, the detour has at least alluded you to seeing that people are at least fighting back against them, but this is a more solitary case, or at least it seems to be with just a single hill giant. So back on the trail, time passes, and you find yourselves at a sign. This sign has a pathway going from it with another pathway moving on. This sign says Gavaria Warriors Guild.
Real quick before we, Rosie is apparently asking if we can raise our volume slightly.
I have you guys at max volume.
Mm.
Like both on Discord as well as OBS. I could not make you louder at all. I have no way to.
It can also depend on whether or not their YouTube volume is quiet or not. Because, like, I can hear you guys completely fine. It's just...
Yeah, this is essentially the same volume that I've had you guys at for the past several weeks. So if everyone sounds quieter than normal, then I don't know what to tell you because I've not adjusted any volumes. So double check all of your stuff. If you have your volume cranked up to maximum, double check your stuff. But yeah, I can't do anything more on my
making sure
side.
that was actually heard.
No, I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
Okay, so repeat what you said.
So you guys come across not exactly a fork in the road. You just see a sign with a small trail that leads off to the side that says Gavaria Warriors Guild headquarters.
Well, at least we know where the big brother is right now.
Well,
Not necessarily where he is, but one of his stations.
Where his headquarters is located. Yeah, I know.
does this look at all formal? Or it just looks like someone put this here?
It does look formal, but if you would like to, please roll for perception.
Sure.
Might actually be.
Wait, wouldn't that be investigation?
No, perception is to see something. Investigation is to look further into something.
Yeah, to understand it.
Yes.
Okay.
So, guidance.
Basically, perception allows you to see the trap. Investigation allows you to be able to understand what the trap is.
Mm-hmm.
22.
22. It's faint considering the ground around here is kind of firm. It looks like that there hasn't really been a rain in this particular area for some time, but you can just barely make out what appears to be a couple of slow drag trails, as well as hill giant footprints that lead directly to the guild hall.
Carolus, could you please rip this out of the ground? It's bait.
Oh,
It's meant-
sure. Actually, I'll do you one better. You'll take Ashbringer, light it on fire, and just set the sign on fire.
Just rip it out of the ground. It's for fuck's sake.
Do what?
This is just like a wooden signpost, right?
No,
Yeah.
this is a well-carved, well-decorated sign. Very official.
Okay,
Oh.
then. I'll just rip it out of the ground if that's the case.
Well,
All right. You rip the sign out of the ground.
The hill giants. Another tactic.
another smart tactic.
Yeah,
Yep.
not like them at all.
There's also quite the craftsmanship on that. I wonder if they took the sign from elsewhere or if somebody made it for them.
Probably
had
stole it.
Made or stole it. Either way, let's get moving.
All right. So, Carolus, when you lay it on the ground, the amount of strength you needed to pull that out was pretty significant, though not something that was impossible. It definitely seems as though it has been embedded in the ground pretty firmly, whether it's been very recently put in and made tough or it's been there for years. But since it's now out of the ground and laying on its side, you can't tell for sure anymore. The pathway continues. Do you choose to go down the regular path?
Regular path.
All
Regular
right.
path.
Okay. So, I'm going to have Carolus do this. Carolus, I need you, after you walk for a while, I need you to roll for perception.
Oh boy. Nope, that's a natural one.
So, along with everyone else, you are focused on your current mission and you continue on forward.
Question. Would Kaylee's or I's 23 or 22 passives pick up on this?
That's assuming you would have reason to look back.
Do I hear anything? Is there footsteps?
Oh
Is
yeah,
there-
you would hear. You would
Then
probably
yes.
hear, but you would have to strain to hear considering the distance. So you would
Then yes.
think of it. Okay, all right. So you would definitely hear the sounds of slight rumbling, rocks falling, crashing, but they are way off in the distance where that sign led to.
Hill Giant got angry, trap got exposed. Oh well.
All right.
Okay.
And so you all continue on. Okay, so dun, dun, dun. Now becomes the afternoon. So I'm going to need now, who hasn't gone yet? I don't think that Akira has gone. Has Akira gone yet? For rolling for a random encounter?
Didn't he? No, he did not get the dancing. That was Bell.
Not
Yeah.
today.
So Akira, can I have you please roll a d20 for me?
$16.
16. All right. So it seems as though that as the day starts to gradually turn into night, you begin to hear the sound of croaking frogs. Appears that you're in a slightly more dense wooded area with tree frogs just chirping amongst each other. as the sun begins to fall behind the hills. Out of everywhere that you've been, this seems to be a very kind of lush and magical feeling place. You feel a sense of comfort and soothing here, especially considering the fact that you are a fae, and this particular spot has some slight energies close to the Feywild, not unlike what you felt back at the Sanguincy headquarters. Feel like perhaps that if you decide to stay here, it could benefit you.
Oh, like that. Akira actually gonna slowly like steer away from the group and just actually go to that.
All right. So the rest of you, as you're walking along, trying to make a little bit more time before you have to make your stop for the evening, you watch as Akira veers off, going towards the more lush, green, foresty area.
Where is he going?
You feeling tired, Akira? Need to stop early?
Something feels familiar here. Something magical.
We can stop here tonight.
That's what you want.
It's about an hour earlier than when you would normally stop, so it's not too terribly off the beaten path, nor is it too terribly early.
Akira's done a lot for us. If he wants to stop here, why not?
Yeah, sure. We could use a little break anyway.
No, don't mind me. I can just continue on.
We travel as a group.
We don't leave each other behind. You want to take a little break here? We'll take a little break here.
All right, I guess I'll just investigate this this lovely, luscious feeling.
All right. So, the energies in this area are very calming and warm. Just being there just fills you up with an energy, something that makes you feel a little bit more alert and stronger. Not by much, but considering it's feeling close to what the Feywild would grant, it's the best thing that you've had lately that's been close to home. Perhaps if you decide to rest here for the night, it could give you some benefits for the next day.
Are you sure you want to rest here?
Don't you?
That's what we're asking you. What do you want?
As much as I feel like I can, if I stay here for the night, or we stay here for the night, I might do a little something here that can help us. But who knows?
Alright, good enough for me,
Alright.
I guess.
Fine with me. We can take a break here tonight.
All right. So, you all set up camp once more. Akira, with you now being in this area, this overwhelming calm just envelops you. Everyone else also can feel a little bit of something. I would say the only two that would feel much of anything more than that would definitely be you, Akira, with Kaylee slightly, only because of her bond with Nami. Unfortunately, though, this area just gives Kaylee more of a very relaxing feeling, like almost as if this very area is like a spa. just to bask in and just relax. There is a nearby crystal clear pond to bathe in. The trees are nice and high with the tree frogs chirping to give you protection against anyone who might be spying on you. If anything, this is possibly the safest place you have slept in while being in Gavaria, at least outside of your home on the ship or the pirate encampment. So, for right now, before anything else, is there anything anyone would like to continue to discuss?
Hey, Ouroboros. Got a minute?
Yes.
You're right next to me. Over here for a moment.
Okay.
I heard what you your little conversation with Anaran back at the Tabaxi camp. You're trying to help him get him to understand that his fight can end too, right?
At the very least, if it can't, then that bodes poorly for mine. So I can't believe that.
I think what we need to do is we need to find the source. Not of his problem, of his problem. Of the long night. We need to prove to him it can end before he's gonna believe it. But our words aren't gonna do shit.
Understand that involves the potential of having to fight him for finding the source, right? Perhaps not physically, but it seems to not exactly have a insignificant religious aspect to his people.
I think we've met some of the people responsible already. Remember the ones for the portal underneath? No, you probably might. Underneath Zadoria City, that pseudo portal they were trying to open up.
I'm gonna stop this music and put on something better.
I seem to vaguely recall the silhouette of a crazy woman stopping just shy of licking her goddamn nipples. So...
The ones that were very interested in Anaran, or should I say, Soraya.
I don't think I've met that one, but I do seem to recall that name coming up. As for...
Call it a hunch or intuition, but I think that's where we have to start if we're going to find any information.
That would suggest... Wouldn't that suggest that the... Maybe I'm misremembering, but wasn't that group, weren't they Tharizdun servants or something?
Vecna.
Vecna, okay. It was one of them. Yeah, that would certainly track with the... It would track with the religious fight, but there might be a very good reason why they haven't tried to trace a source.
They're too busy preparing for the fight every year.
Were it so easy, I think it more likely that, of course, they've tried to determine a source before, but I'd bet my bottom dollar that something bad happens every time they try, so they stopped.
Well, that's the difference between them and us. When bad shit happens, we punch it in the face.
Yes, but if it means bad shit for his village specifically...
Then we'll evaluate it.
I'm in agreement with you on investigating it. I'm just warning you.
I know.
Not
I
all,
know.
not all of our enemy. If we go forward with that, not all of our enemies may actually be enemies.
Look, I know. We're going to. I'm not saying we just blow whatever we figure out. We're just figuring it out. And yes, I know he can fucking hear it. I wasn't even fucking rolling like he would. I wasn't even acting like he wasn't.
Listen, if it's probably better to actually just invite the source over here, like the best source of information for it over here. He's gonna hear it anyways, because we're on the same planet.
I mean, fair. I just wanted to talk to you first before dealing with him. Because he'll just shut it down immediately if I just came to him first.
Only if he feels like he's not really being listened to, near as I can tell.
Well, he's hearing the conversation, so does Anaran want to come over and do anything, or he's just going to sit there and listen to these two idiots?
Oh,
chat?
I'm gonna fucking gesture him over. Whether or not he responds to it.
Anaran is sitting with his eyes closed.
Should I pitch a rock at him? No, that'd probably actually make him not too
Roll
well
tide!
disposed.
Look, I just, again, as before, I just wanted to get the idea in your head and to let you know that I've been thinking along the same lines. It's just
You've been busy. Like,
yeah.
I'm not busy for the moment. All my immediate issues are accounted for. Well, all my immediate issues, in my opinion, have been accounted for. And yours and his, that's probably not true. But
yeah, I
got other priorities.
Fine. I just wanted to let you know if you needed help working on the problem. I've been worried too.
Whatever assistance you think you can render, it's really until I understand exactly, until I can see exactly for myself what his issue is. I saw these souls get sucked up during in Alexandria, but I have not seen exactly what that means.
What? Oh, you don't know what he deals with every year, do you?
I've been told. I have not seen with my own eyes. There is a stark difference.
Yeah. Us being there when it happens, I don't... Yeah, that's gonna be the problem. Yeah. Getting him to let us stay for that...
Well, he's got mental associations in his head with each of us almost. In regards to a bunch of other names I don't know, but and I still need him to contextualize some of that. Also, at a game that was so fucking long ago that I don't remember what all I'd seen.
All right. Okay. Look, this is more of a long-term project with Anaran.
Absolutely.
I just wanted to get understanding that we're on the same page, but we should probably get some rest. We got more immediate problems to deal with tomorrow.
I mean, he's aiding my family, and I need to. The least I can do is try to figure out his.
Same.
All right.
He's part of our family, and as much as he wants to try and push us away, he's not getting rid of us that easy.
Oh, so much he clearly knows what he can clearly hear what we're discussing. He's just not coming over here. I'll lob a coconut at him if there were palm trees around.
There are no palm trees around, but you could lob a pine cone.
Does he have the strength to throw a pango?
That's not strength. That is dex.
Fully strength.
No, that's more dex because he's trying to hit him with a lightweight thing. If it was like a bowling ball, then strength would come into play.
This is also the man who kicked off a heavily armed man off a cliff.
By sheer luck.
Yeah, I was about to say by sheer luck.
No, that was a wisdom save to not do this. Natural 20! Natural 20 pine cone!
Are you fucking kidding me?
Wait, what just happened?
He
I
rolled a
wisdom
natural
save
20.
to fight the urge to not throw a pine cone to get his attention, and rolled a 9. Then I rolled the attack roll on the pine cone and got a nat 20.
Oh! So basically you're like, yeah, fuck it, I'll throw it. And then you
I let the
rear
intrusive
back and you
thoughts
throw
in.
a fastball pine cone that unfortunately is a critical hit upon the skull of Anaran. Okay, where's the music? Where's the
God damn it.
music?
Does it do any damage? It is a pine cone, so does it do any damage? Or is it just guaranteed to hit me?
Improvised weapons, so something that small would probably be at most a 1d4.
Yeah, I'm gonna say just 1d4 that.
Oh my god.
Well, 2d4 because it was crit.
Plus your dex.
2d4, yep. 2d4 plus dex.
My
Makes
dex.
sense.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean this to actually hurt, but
You
yeah. So
moron.
5 plus 7 points. 7 points from a pine cone to the face.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
Anaran,
So-
yeah.
He's just sitting there, and suddenly he goes from sitting, eyes closed, mostly focusing on that conversation, but also in the back of his head just thinking of everything else, and suddenly he just hears a who threw a rock at me?
Jason immediately has both of his hands pointing at Ouroboros. Hit it!
And for his part, he's staring at his hand like, how the fuck
The
did I do that?
I'm
That's a lot of
assuming it was
fun
Bell
for a pine
again.
cone.
So
It
Anaran,
was
I don't know how I
again.
did that.
so if Anaran was a pyramid, he's still sitting, but he's sitting sideways. He just crumbles from the sitting position. What the fuck was that?
What happened?
Those accuracy lessons with Ryudo did paid off.
He just looks and he sees a pine cone. There's a little bit of like a little stream of like small amounts of blood just flowing down. Actually, not even blood because teapot.
Pine cone, brain jostled.
cone.
I'm dizzy, wrath, confused. What happened?
No, the
Oh my
teapot.
I
So the
attacked
teep-
his soul.
So the So the teapot would reduce that. So there's no blood, but he just looks at the pine cone. He just picks it up. This is what hit us.
Either the
A
trees
pine
are
cone.
attacking us or somebody is ripe for a spanking.
Jason is still technically pointing straight at Ouroboros.
Was
He's
that
just trying to-
Sorrow? I'm sorry, clarify.
Well, it depends. Is Sorrow actively trying to hide his voice? Or is he just speaking mentally to me?
He's just speaking mentally to you.
Okay, so Anaran's not even gonna move his eyes, and he's just gonna sit up. Ow! Fucker!
I'm sorry. I don't know where that came from.
What, the pineapple? What, the pine cone? Or the suddenly baseball league level of strength?
Why did you throw a pine cone at him in the first place?
I was trying to get his attention. I didn't think it hurt, and then I felt a charge at the last second.
Wait! Time out. You wanted to get his attention, but you didn't decide to get up where you're sitting and just go to him. You had to pick up a pine cone to get his attention.
To be fair, Careless, I have
But it's
had
really
people...
comfortable over here.
To be fair, Careless, I've had people do that before.
You don't throw a pine cone at somebody in your family!
No, I'm with Careless on this one. That doesn't make it better.
Look, he's awake now and aware of you. So let's just all go back to what we were doing. And if Anoran wants to come over and join the conversation, he can, or go back to meditating.
You want to do something about the bleeding first?
He's
fucking
not
He's
bleeding.
not bleeding. That was just his temp HP.
Yeah, you just see like some lavender just slowly flowing from the spot.
I don't know where that accuracy came from. It strikes memories of kicking a giant, but I don't know why.
I would have stopped him, but he was just, it was already out of his hand before I even knew what was going on.
He's just rubbing his eyes like, oh dear God, I was mostly paying attention of what the fuck's going on, and then I was also going through some old memories.
I wasn't trying to assault you.
Ay, caramba.
I'm sorry.
What language is that?
That looked painful.
Shut up, Sorrow. If anyone would know what language that is, that'd be you. Anyway, what do you want my attention so badly for?
Well, you've been listening in, haven't you?
I will neither confirm nor deny.
So you have been. Are we overstepping? Or is there a reason that this hasn't been solved?
Well, you want to see it, right?
I didn't say I wanted to. I said that I probably should. That I have to in order to know what your problem is.
He looks at Chase. If you want to understand, fine, as he just puts both of his fingers and he shares the memories again. Of every last long night that he's had to endure.
What specifically like paint this image? Like what specifically?
Well, Kagato, do you want to or should I?
Considering that I was gonna actually approach you when the time came to something like this for you to write out something for me to read, I think it's probably best, since this is now sprung on me, for you to probably describe it the way that you intend for it to be.
But give Kagato a minute. Open up a notepad or something.
I know we've talked about this before, but it's been a while.
I know we have talked about this before, but we're going from somebody who is handling one character and one backstory to somebody who's handling everything. So probably the best that it comes from you in this instance, and then
So the moment he shares them, you see a moonless sky. It is night. There are no stars. There is no moon. It is pitch black. The only forms of light are by the light cantrip or torch, or maybe even dancing lights. There is a giant dead tree, about 60 feet tall, maybe 15 feet wide. And from it, seemingly an endless horde of undead crawling out from an opened part of its base. That's not the only forms of undead, as some of those undead look like elves. Some of those undead look like other people. You see a memory of Anaran 60 years ago, but he looks the exact same. Not a physical age. He has not physically seemingly aged in 60 years. Which, Thama, is not...
Is uncommon for elves, I'm aware.
Okay, good. But beside him is a group of 6. 6. They're all wood elves. One is a... kind of looks like Ryudo, but he has more green splashed into his hair. He has a few facial markings that are just mostly triangles. Sword and shield. He dies. There are some memories of him and this group, and he's laughing. He's making himself to be the big joke. But then there's a memory of him holding off these undead. Some of the other members are injured, and he holds them off by himself, and he is found dead soon after. Another memory is of another male, dark hair, great sword, heavy armor, silent type, cloth over his face. There are some happy memories of him carrying Anaran on his back. Then there are other memories of him getting stabbed repeatedly by various undead appendages. Dead soon after. Another one with kind of pulled back, whitish hair, wielding a scythe. He gets taken out by magic from some undead casters. Though there are no obviously intensive, pleasant memories, there is still a companionship sensation with his death. Then there are 3 women. One of shorter black hair, mostly in a bun, wielding twin knives. And she and the one with the scythe were close. And after his death, she became more reckless, more chaotic, more messy. Until she was found dead because of a reckless maneuver getting her swarmed. Another was more of a... she had short swords, but she also had a revenant blade, or a double-sided scimitar. There's not many memories of interacting with her, but her death, all the same, hurt. As she fell the same night that the one with the twin knives fell. The cause of death was unclear, from various spells to various weaponry and claws. And then there's the last one. A wizard. Orange hair, kind of curly. There is an abundance of happy memories. And they almost feel the same for... they're comparable. Chase, with his memories of his time with Vix. Thama, maybe how he sees Mitrek. There is a golden light behind this female wood elf as she takes a blow for Anaran, dying from the impact. There are other deaths. These ones hit the worst. But every one of those years, it was the same. Undead by the hundreds. Seemingly unending. And sometimes some of those memories show the previous people that have died, but as undead, whether they are in control of themselves and fighting beside Anaran, or fighting against him and having no control of themselves. But there are these 2 other wood elves much taller, much older looking. And they always refer to Anaran as their son. Vampiric wood elves, a male and a woman, cleric with nature magic, and an archer with fey magic. And every year they commit suicide while hugging Anaran. And that's where the memories fade. As he just takes his fingers off.
Yeah.
I don't have time to search for source or whatever. I only have enough time to try and prevent as much death as possible.
Query.
Go on.
If you have to prevent... This all took place at your village over the years, correct?
Over the 1,000, give or take a couple hundred years, yes.
If you don't have time to search for a source, then... Why'd you leave? If your place was there.
We get sent on pilgrimages. In case shit like this happens, or maybe not to this grand of a scale. Just go around, help out with the graveyards, kill any undead, go home, repeat the same nightmarish bullshit year in and year out. I've already lost enough. I'm not losing anyone else.
Yeah, he wouldn't know. He was never in the mindset to ask.
Well, I made clear a couple of things. God, I'm glad there's effectively a sheet of fiberglass between me and my soul right now. That made that much easier to absorb.
Oh, yes. Dreamer is screaming at me right now. She's like having to file all that away. Not fun.
Well, fortunately, I think just as he is the perfect man for the job for my family, like to fix my familial issues in ways that I cannot. I believe that I'm just might have inherited enough stubbornness from the other one to be, or perhaps it was the other way around, not sure. Not important right now. I think I can piss off enough people to fix that. Like to get some deserved answers on that front.
Okay.
If nothing else. Hopefully I avoid actually pissing them off.
Yeah. We have more context about it and him. But for now,
the weight is certainly there. Until we reach his village, his little demons don't get to... They're not taking any more emotional burden on. I don't care what they think. I don't think he can take much more.
he can't. I don't know what they are. If they can take it, then that's fine. as long as he doesn't have to share the burden.
Based on what we've seen of what happens to his physical features, he very much takes a share of it. I don't think there's any choice in that matter. That's why I'm saying no, that has to stop at least until he can get it cleansed, at least till he can get what he's currently got on his plate dealt with. But he's got too much conviction to not do it if he thinks it'd help.
Then we take it on ourselves for a bit. Stop making it his problem. But I think it's time for us to call it a night, because we've been going on for a while. So if somebody else wants to do something, feel free, because we have been.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, I was gonna say once you guys were done, if there was anything else anybody would like to do. Otherwise,
Meant to be a lot shorter, but then I forgot who I was talking to.
so
Yeah, it's kind of on both of us.
So, that being said, once more, I'm going to just ask everyone, preferably those that have not really had anything to do during this scene, so that being Akira, Kaylee, Careless, and Evelyn, is there anything any of you would like to do? Anything you would like to discuss?
Not really.
Yeah, I got
At least
nothing.
not for my part. Anything I wanted to do was kind of like I was planning on inciting Anaran, but then that whole entire scene happened.
No
They
need to
didn't
insight
really
when it
make
could
it-
be flat out shown to you.
They didn't really make it all that subtle about
No.
what's going on. So
Oh, I had to
Mine
read
covered the
it,
face.
Yeah, I will.
Put two and two together.
I will
Who knew?
say.
All you had to do was hit him in the face, and
Oh, for fuck's sake. I will say that for anyone that did bother to see, it's very plain on Anaran's face that he just had to review memories that he did not want to see. Or maybe he's seen every single day and he didn't want to see it again. But he's already tucked himself into the tent. And Kagato, I did send you a DM.
I just responded.
But yeah,
So,
I
As-
will say that every night that they've stopped to make camp, Kaylee's been a training with Akira on that whole entire thing.
okay. Now, as the night becomes day, everyone feels highly rejuvenated. However, Akira, you felt even more attuned. That last bit of training seems to have combined with this place, assisted you quite a bit. More than you could have ever imagined, as now, as you get up out of bed, you then just stare off in the distance, and then in your mind you think, I get it. Akira, you have now unlocked the feat of Metamagic Initiate. So you are welcome to add that to your list of feats.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. I told you it wasn't much longer now. I was just waiting for a good opportunity, and this was the perfect opportunity.
You can now cheat. I mean, play by the rules.
I can only do it once, though.
No, yeah, he can only do it once, but this is something that he's been training for months now. So, I figured this is a good time.
Well, I guess now I'm fully focusing on with Kaylee stuff.
Yeah. So, since you went to bed roughly a little earlier last night, you all wake up a little earlier. So, Solo's not beating you in the face with bright sunshine. It's only the sun very barely reaching up over the horizon, allowing you all to have a very pleasant awakening experience. So, that being said, you are very close to Hilford. It's going to take you just a couple of hours to get there now. And so you will get there without anything else getting in your way. So, let me now summon everyone there. Now, if anybody takes a look up at the name, it says Hilford Alt. That doesn't mean anything. There's not going to be any map changes or anything of the sort that's happening. I found a second Hilford that I thought would work, and then I found this one, and I found it was better. That's all that it
I thought
needs.
they took that away from regular players.
No, we can still see it when we load in the map.
Yeah.
It's still going to be at the top. We just can't open up the menu of maps.
Yeah. A thing done purposely by me to help prevent spoilers, because there are some maps that I'm naming something very important.
Alright.
All right. And now let me stop this.
Let me be normal. Chunky.
And there's Chunky. He's dead.
Oh, this map! I know this map. It's a good map.
There it is. That works. Okay. Slight little mistiness. All right. So, you arrive just as the sun starts to rise high in the sky. The mist begins to lift upon the hills of the Gavarian plains, making way for the visage of the town on the hill in the distance, Hilford. A busy farming town where the main buildings rest upon the hilltop, while rich farmland surrounds the town upon the bottom. The environment lends itself to allow the rainwater to trickle down the hills and enrich the crops. However, upon arrival, you can see that the farmland appears to be lacking. Crops appear fewer than expected, some even looking dead and wilted. Some of the plains that have been once perfectly tilled, disturbed by rock and dirt. Gavaria isn't known to be a dry island, as rain is quite common. So in reaching the gates, you happen upon a pair of guards, both of which casting their gaze out towards the eastern side of the village, as opposed to keeping watch on the entrance.
Guardsman.
Something tells me the Scarecrow's not working.
Something tells me that he's already backed off.
Get some information at least.
Oh, apologies. Hi, hello, welcome to Hilford. I'm afraid you've come at a rather awkward time. What business do you have here?
The
Just call it
crow.
all that.
Oh, you're here to inquire about the Scarecrow. Oh, well then, welcome. By all means, come on in. Don't let the sight that will appear to you concern you. There has been an incident last night, and those that have been a part of it were given proper retribution by the Scarecrow. Do not worry.
What situation?
There were a couple of small attacks from hill giants. And while they were driven off, some of them actively killed by some of us, as well as the Scarecrow. The only reason the attack even happened was because those that were on guard were not taking their job seriously. As the Scarecrow...
What does the Scarecrow look like?
An enormous creature. I'd say, about as tall as this here entryway right above me. Very, very hulking beast, dressed in drabby-like clothes, very much like a scarecrow that you would find out in the field. Carries around a sword, always protecting us, ever since it arrived.
What happened to the guards?
I believe that's something you should probably see for yourself. A statement against those that would bring harm to the people here in one way or another. Again,
Are you fucking kidding me?
Again, I'm sorry about what it might look like, but I assure you it is for the good of the town. So, as you go up the staircase, you do see that there are some people out and about, mostly farmers at this point, but it is, where are you? Geez, I have, where? I'm getting lost on my own hills.
Let's give Kagato a sec.
Yeah, everybody just kind of grouped back up, wait for him to get everything.
It's okay. I found it. There we go. So, I'll mark it again.
I just moved myself. Okay.
So, as you keep on going, where the guards were looking, you do find that there's a small gathering, as there are several townspeople currently talking to the guards there, just murmuring amongst themselves. Lots of them all saying the same thing. The Scarecrow is here. You can see that there is what appears to be some form of cross, though not appearing a religious. This actually appears to be more of one that is similar to what a scarecrow would be made out of, because you see that there is a hill giant currently dead and strapped to it, with a group of 5 guards also strapped to the top. Ladies and gentlemen, please, we've got everything under control. We're going to take care of this right away. Please go back to your homes, get back to your businesses. Please, do not crowd, please. Just everyone is just clamoring together, just spreading gossip, talking about, oh, the Scarecrow struck again. Oh, those guards must have been really corrupt. Oh, that hill giant got what it deserved. So, upon seeing this imagery, what do you all wish to do?
I'm gonna sneak in to get a closer look.
All right. So, what direction would you like to take?
I want to try and get to over here.
All right. Just tell me how you get there and also roll for stealth. You will find that if you just try to walk straight on by, unless you roll like stupidly high, you'll probably need to find a way to get there unseen. To your left, there's a herd of cattle and several trees and shrubs. To your right is a barn, fully standing, several farmers inside tending to mules and horses.
Let's have her move behind the cattle here.
Okay, go ahead and roll for stealth.
Well, you know what? Yeah. 20.
Since the guards are currently predisposed dealing with the crowd here, and you are actively trying to shield yourself from view, 20 is just enough to keep yourself hidden in the broad daylight. So using whatever means necessary in order to keep yourself cloaked and get behind and get closer, you are able to gradually get closer and closer. Right now, you are still a pretty decent distance away where you don't see any more details other than what you saw before, just up close.
Just gonna move down here.
Okay, from there, you are not
Just to
seen.
make sure that there's nobody around.
Okay.
I move.
You can tell just by looking around you, there is nobody that you can see or hear other than the group that you just left behind. You feel as though that you can be a little bit less careless, or a little bit more careless here, because you are fully hidden based off of the wall and the shrubbery.
Okay. Basically, I'm going to make it here.
Okay.
And basically, what do I see?
So, for what you see in this area, you see quite a bit. You see more than just the, we'll call them Scarecrow-ified people, as the hill giant, being the most obvious one, has its arms stretched out, its head hunched down, and draped with a bunch of old cloth. Basically, it is made to look like it is one big scarecrow. And above it are, of course, 5 guards. They all have their bodies portrayed the same way and also dressed very similarly, but it's very obvious that they are originally city guards. Down nearby... Go ahead.
Just asking question quickly. Is it obvious that they're the guards from here?
Based off of the decorated armor that they have with everyone else that you've seen so far, yes, they have the exact same color, the exact same material, exact same dress, with one that does stand out. Perhaps he was the captain of that group.
Okay. You can continue.
Okay. Down around the area, you do find that there are some broken bottles and mugs. And also you see over to the side that there are some unfortunate people that seem to have been killed in some kind of an attack. Some of them looking like they are guards, some of them looking like that they are farmers, some of them looking like they are civilians. And continuing to look out in the direction to the left, you see a few more bodies as well as more destroyed areas. It seems as though that there was a pretty decent attack the previous night, and much of the farmland to the left has been destroyed.
I'm actually going to get a little closer.
All right.
Here.
All right. So you are still out of view. So what more would you like to investigate?
I wanted to look at the mugs. and the broken bottles.
Okay. The mugs and the broken bottles, they appear to have, the mugs are still intact considering they're just standard like tavern style mugs. They are dried up on the inside though. You can see that the bottles that are nearby look like alcohol bottles.
So are these bottles just strewn all over the place, or are they congregated anywhere specific?
They're around where this structure is, but there's no like uniform to them. It looks like that they were dropped on the efforts to hang them up.
Is there anything else unusual?
As far as anything unusual, not really. It is basically just as obvious as it looks. The hill giant looks like to have been killed by a very large puncture wound through the chest, and the puncture wound seems to be similar to what the guards also have.
Oh, they also have a very large puncture wound?
They all have the same kind of puncture wound. Very large, very thin, almost like it was a great sword.
Okay. So I've already let everyone know I've used my Psy Whispers to link with Akira, Anaran, Chase, and Boris.
Okay.
So basically, she's relaying all this back to them.
All right.
Would rolling investigation allow me to learn anything more?
There's really not much more left to learn. There's technically one more thing I suppose you can figure out, and it's going to be an investigation roll, and it's going to need to be a definitely big DC, so you can give it a try.
Okay.
It's in regards to the bottles.
Okay. Oh, that's okay. 23.
That's enough. These bottles don't look like they were planted. They look like they actually fell off.
So from the sky?
No, not from the sky. Like from the bodies that are hanging up there.
So they were drinking before them. Okay.
That's what you can surmise, that these because these bottles and mugs are way too small for a hill giant. So considering that they're dropped and shattered all over, it's more and more apparent that these guards were drinking on this night.
Okay. All right. I'll just give it back to the other group so that they can go around and ask questions.
All right. So you're relaying this via Psy Whispers?
Yes.
All right. So those that she is connected with, you now have the information. The townspeople don't seem to want to disperse. We are going to basically describe that as they are fanboying and fangirling over what they're seeing, while the guards are desperately trying to get them to get back and get back to work or get back to home, back to safety.
All right, Aaron's got this. Thaumaturgy.
All right.
If you fucking dumb fucks are done fanning over corpses, get the fuck back!
So the guards immediately look over to you, and they're a little bit jostled, but the rest of the townspeople, they...
And Anaran's hair is
disperse.
starting to turn red.
Yeah, they scatter. All the people just like they freak out and they run past you. They run into the barn or back up the stairs over here. They are all over the place, but they leave the scene, just leaving the 3 guards behind as one of them just kind of falls over on his ass. He's like, oh, I thought we'd never get rid of them.
You 3! Get those corpses off of that.
You don't have to tell us twice. Let's go, everyone. So the guards don't even bother asking who you are or where you all came from. They are just focused on getting this cleaned up. Kaylee, they get really close, so I'm going to need you to please roll for stealth one more time.
I'd say they're out of sight. Oh, 30.
Yeah, you could probably stand there and they wouldn't see you. They're too focused. So yeah, right away they start getting everything taken care of. The whole structure comes down, as well as each of the individual guards.
Let's go look at the bodies.
Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna have to do this individually, I suppose. Yeah. Only 5 of them at the very least. And then you. So, and then the rest of you. And the rest of the structure begins to come down as 2 of the guards are hauling away the wood, one being left behind, and he is currently ignoring the hill giant and instead looking after the guards as he's just uttering a silent prayer for them, also muttering, "You fools, absolute idiots."
You know
Well, they are.
Of course, they are my companions, fellows in the guard. I'm sorry. You know what? Now's not the time. You helped with dispersing the crowd, and I thank you for that. And I've never seen you here before, so welcome to Hillford. I'm sorry that this is the first thing you had to see.
2 questions. 1, where is the crow?
That's a good question. Nobody knows. The crow comes and then vanishes.
Second question, how do you attract him?
We don't. It comes of his own volition. Whenever there's trouble, he seems to always show up, whether we sound the alarm or not.
Then sound it after when we tell you to. I don't care what he's doing. I'm gonna figure out if these men even deserve to die. Milady, it's time to do stuff we don't normally do. And like Baldur's Gate, speak with dead.
I was wondering when this was ever gonna happen. All right, so which one do you... Oh, this one's supposed to be down here. Which one do you cast Speak with Dead on?
We cast it... we'll just go with the one in front of me.
All right. So, you cast Speak with Dead as the body rises up. The guard that was there kind of steps back. These are adventurers. So, with a very weak sounding gasp, the body rises up, and you might ask it 3 questions.
5.
5 questions?
Mm-hmm.
Whoa!
Question 1. Do you know who killed you?
A scarecrow.
Question 2. Did the Scarecrow talk to you before he killed you?
No.
Question 3. Did you see where the Scarecrow came from?
The Darkness.
Which direction? Question 4. Where were you at the time of your death?
Fighting hill giants out here.
So your Scarecrow kills indiscriminately. Question 5. Were you drunk the night that you were fighting?
Yes.
Alright.
And that's when the connection ends and he goes back to being a corpse.
A vice is no excuse for this.
This crow shall suffer for what he's done. Speak with dead on the hill giant.
All right. So this enormous creature is lifted up, glowing eyes, and a gasp of temporary life as you are allowed your questions.
Why did you attack this town?
Deal made.
The deal was made with who?
Dark man.
I'm just looking at the guard.
The guard is just bewildered at what he's seeing right now, though he's a bit more distraught at the whole idea with the guards having been drinking, just kind of rubbing his temples like, once again, you fools.
Question 3. Was Dark Man a hill giant?
Puny creature.
Puny. Question. Let's see. That was
Ask what the exact deal was.
question 3. What deal was it? What did you
4.
get out of this?
That was question 4.
That was question 3. The first one I
That was
asked
4.
him.
No,
What
she's
were the
right
que-
for.
You've already asked 3, so it's 4. You asked. What was the first one?
You asked
why did he attack?
Mhm.
You asked.
What
Who
did
the
he?
who the deal was with.
Hmm.
You asked what he was. Yes, but he was a hill
Okay, yeah.
giant.
Now it's question 4. Yes. Just making sure I'm not losing track.
No problem.
Yeah.
Question 4. What did the Dark Man promise you to make you attack this town?
Much food beyond comprehension.
Question 5. Did the Dark Man come to you, or did you go to the Dark Man to make this deal?
Dark man appeared to us.
And that's it.
And then go silent. Oh god. Let me delete
Let me just
these.
mute myself.
And timber.
So your crow fella has been inspiring these attacks against your city. Congratulations, you're an idiot. Oh, this unnecessary fucking death!
I don't understand. I don't understand at all.
Just, for now, bury your comrades,
Right.
as he will set the hill giant's body ablaze.
So it takes the 5, dragging them over. The other 2 come back to assist them, and essentially they take them along with some of the other bodies in the area and begins to prepare them for burials. But essentially those 3 and the other 5, they disappear from sight. Delete that one, that one, and there's a couple more, and boom, and boom. And that's all I can remember seeing and placing, so if there's any more random dead body, then oops. But then you set this thing ablaze. So let me light the fires.
You don't have to. You can just delete the fake, but either way.
But it's fun. I got the fire.
Let him have fun.
Oh, okay.
I got fire.
Oh!
There you go. All that grease and fat gets set ablaze as a bonfire turns into an inferno.
Okay. We've got confirmation he's behind it. Not sure, it's just sounding the alarm's gonna bring him running. He usually only comes when it's an attack he probably sets up.
Yep.
Which means if we're gonna catch him...
It also means he has to be close by.
Yeah, we can track him, but we don't know... We haven't seen him, so we can't track him. That traditionally, we may have to wait for another attack.
Bait!
You want to be bait?
Gonna have to.
I don't mind. I don't mind, but we need... What kind of bait would draw them out? Like I said, he's orchestrating these attacks on the city to show himself.
More drinking guards.
Yeah. Well, I don't think he'd buy them repeating the same problem.
He killed them to cover his own tracks.
Potentially. Okay. That's...
You'll just use the pearl just to recover the 3rd level spells, one of the 3rd level spell slots.
All right. So, I'll lower the mist as the day gets... Now the sun is high noon.
Actually, it might be worth asking, since that guard knew them, it probably should have stopped him, since that guard knew those ones specifically, to see if there was anything missing from their persons. I doubt that, it's a long shot, I doubt there's anything that would have been worth taking to this guy, but any item we could potentially locate might have been a decent shot.
He'll not be far. Hilford's a small town.
Knowing him, we just learned he may be at the bar trying to drown his own troubles before he has to go back on shift.
Given how the people reacted to it, I don't think that's the other problem. I don't think there's any guards, as much as they might want to, that'll be stupid enough to be caught drinking again, since they have this belief on how that will be punished.
Well, if he's off duty now, he can drink all he wants, but...
Don't underestimate the stupidity of peasant superstition.
Well... Okay, we'll find
Either way.
Easy enough, but yeah. I guess we go around asking questions.
Go on and investigate. I'm gonna go see.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Go on.
Before we do that, can we take a break?
Yep.
Fair
Actually,
enough.
not a bad idea. Let's take a break right now, and then people can think about what they want to do when we come back.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to put us on the Be Right Back screen. we are now live once more. So, as we return from being away, you all have now learned through the use of Speak with the Dead that the attacks that the Hill Giants are doing are indeed orchestrated by a dark man. So now, the investigation continues.
Okay. Well, all we can do is ask the people and try not to agitate them. One guard heard the truth, but he may not even fully be coming to grips with it.
I highly doubt that he is.
Let me ask 3 questions, and then we'll investigate based on that.
Mm-hmm.
Ritual cast commune. Question 1. Does the man who is called the Crow live in Hillsford?
Did you ask specifically the Crow?
Scarecrow is its name.
Scarecrow. Sorry.
Yes.
He lives here. Question 2. Is the Scarecrow is the Scarecrow in Hillsford one of the guards?
No.
He's not one of the guardsmen. Anyone else have one final question they want me to ask?
I
Is
do.
he in a position to... Oh, go ahead, Bun, go.
Is the Scarecrow a fae?
I can ask that. Is the Scarecrow a fae?
No.
No. Okay.
Well, I just wanted to rule that out.
Not a bad way to rule it out. We know he lives here, or she, for all we know, and they're not a member of the guard.
They said that the Scarecrow is apparently a large individual, but the giant called him puny.
My guess is it's the illusion magic.
Or maybe it's both.
In large?
Two people.
No. Either 2 people, or we're dealing with a Goliath.
Large man, but would still be puny to them. Yeah.
It would fit.
But wouldn't that be obvious to the people here?
No.
They may not have seen a Goliath.
The Goliath may not actively have any form of... Well, Goliath are... Most of their species are hairless. But whoever this is has probably been here either recently, took up the mantle recently, or has been hiding their combat expertise for some time. Or just not speaking.
We ask about any new arrivals in the area, not specifically mentioning the Scarecrow. Say we're looking for some people.
We're looking for a person.
Mm-hmm.
Great sword. That's what the wounds were.
Mm-hmm.
Chase.
Yes.
What was the question that you wanted to ask the Raven Queen?
Was he in a position of power in this city?
Ah, okay.
brings a question. Kagato, I don't think Anaran's ever met the mayor of this town.
There isn't one.
Hmm. Who runs this place?
That is something that you don't know the names. You just know that it is a wealthy family that has taken over as leaders of this town, mostly because of the money that they had. They use it mostly towards the advancements to agriculture.
How recent is this wealthy family?
They have been here for quite a long time, several decades.
This is
Decades, several generations.
uh,
I do not know anyone who runs this. I do not know the family that runs this town personally, but I do know that apparently they have a great deal of wealth, and that's why this small town has such. Well, he kind of gestures so much farmland.
agriculture. Okay.
Do you
Things are
know?
Things
Do
are
you know
starting to
what
fit.
they gain? Oh, sorry.
This is starting to fit into place.
What was that, Kaylee?
Do you
Go-
know what they gain from it? I'm assuming probably.
I before meeting Onyx, I didn't really care, but after taking a few mercantile lessons from her on the off time, I would assume they get an amount of gold based on either taxes or how much someone sells. I don't know.
Then it wouldn't make sense for them to to have somebody come and destroy it.
You're thinking the wrong way around, Kaylee. This isn't them making an attack. This is an attack on them.
You think that somebody has a grudge against them?
Yep. That's the questions we need to start asking.
And
Any incidents recently? Any incidents about any families that might have problems with the leadership?
I
Or are
believe
you- Oh.
we're
Sorry.
no,
Keep
Kaylee, you
doing
go
this.
ahead. Kaylee, you go
Or-
ahead.
Or you mentioned about the fact that you thought that this was an attack, well, like a slight, correct?
I mentioned that
when we saw the hill giants had taken bites out of the sheep, you said that it felt more like a slight rather than
He
an
said
actual attack.
asymmetric
Yeah.
warfare is what he said.
asymmetric warfare. It's a raid not to get food for themselves, but to deny food for. It could be isolated to this place or the whole damn continent, for all we know.
It could be
Probably just this place.
Wait,
That's why I'm wondering if there is if we're gonna find a secondary supplier of food here.
wait. Potentially issues against leadership, but still has a firm love for their home and want it destroyed. Outright, at least. All of these, look at all this. All of this is repairable, right, Kagato? Like, a lot of this can be just cleaned up.
Yes, basically, from what you see, rocks can be removed, the walls could be rebuilt, crops could be replanted. None of this is damage that is long term.
Someone is staging false flags, almost.
And they have
not
grudges
quite.
against people who are in positions of power that abuse it. These men were drinking.
That's a minor vice. It's more likely they've got a problem with whoever's in charge of the guard.
There was still a
Speaking
commander
of-
there.
You!
And
Come here.
here I came over to say, okay.
Oh wait, was he gonna talk to him? Sorry, I thought he was talking to him. gonna go talk to Anna, and Kaylee was in the way.
No, the guard was going to come up and just say something to you all as a group, but he was called over immediately. So he's like, okay.
You are a member of the city's defense.
Indeed.
Over the last couple months, has there ever been a public dispute between people and the current leadership? Anyone in particular, or any group of people not happy with the current leaders?
Well, that'd be Cedric and Hazel, but it's not because of them doing anything necessarily bad. A lot of people are actually bitter at the fact that they're not able to support this town as much as they used to. Not after their son died.
I'm sorry. Cedric and Hazel, they are a farming family?
Indeed, yes. They've been here since even before I was here.
Their son died, or the leadership's son died?
Yes.
Both? Wait.
The leadership's son died. Cedric and Hazel? They're not exactly leaders, but they do technically run this place.
They are the rich family.
Okay, okay. I thought we were describing who was having the problem. My apologies. Okay.
How did their son die?
Nobody knows.
Where's his corpse?
Nobody knows.
Question. I don't know much about the leadership. Their family, how did they get their wealth?
Well, they, from what I understand, started off as a very lower class family, and just over the generations, they were able to acquire wealth through expansion and agriculture. As far as I know, they just kept at it until they were able to essentially own enough to earn some decent coin off of and go from there. I don't know too much, but that's about as far as I was able to overhear.
Did any members of their family have anything to do with Gavaria's fleet? Military?
I don't believe so. I do not believe Gavaria was actually outside of Hilford. At least as far as the military is concerned, I do not think so. But again, my knowledge on the subject is not exactly vast.
I think I know. We know where to start looking.
I would actually recommend, if you want to get more information, there is only one tavern here, and that's basically where every kind of gossip goes. It's actually where I'm going to be planning on going later after all this. It's just that building right behind me over there to the, I'll zoom out so I can see, to the left.
This one?
Yes. Now, unless there's anything else, I wanted to tell you all I'm sorry once more about what you had to see, but I can tell some well-decorated adventurers when I see them. So, I will help wherever I can.
Alright. The Scarecrow is said to be a large man, larger than a sign. Is that accurate or just folklore?
Absolutely accurate. I've seen it. Many of us have.
How tall?
Let's see. I would say if you took 3 of me that stand up on each other's shoulders, that'd probably be accurate.
How tall is this guy?
He's about, we'll say 6 feet.
So about 18 feet tall.
Yeah, that about tracks.
And yet, the Hill Giants called him tiny.
Giants. Wait a minute. Oh. Oh, I think I know who we're dealing with here.
To whom do we have to thank for this support?
Are you asking for my name?
Yes.
Oh, you can call me Regis.
Okay.
As the DM is cursing rebellions in the background.
Well,
At
honestly,
least it wasn't me this time.
Honestly,
needed
I
a
was
name.
going to use the name Regis at some point. I just couldn't think of another name, so now's the time I'm using Regis. So, Guard Regis is off to go and try and forget about the horrors of last night and this morning.
All right, who do you think we're dealing with here, Chase?
I don't know who specifically, but I've heard tales from the consortium about a specific type of fighter.
I can alter their size.
It's called a rune knight. One of their tricks is they can turn into a large-sized creature at will. And one of the things they know is giant because they're using giant runes to cast their magic.
And the sun disappeared. I don't think the sun is dead.
That's plausible. And as is my idea of what we're dealing with.
It's plausible enough to risk it. So, Kagato, another commune.
All
With
right.
a 25% chance per question to not work. Oh boy. Question 1. Is Cedric and Havel's son dead?
Go ahead and roll.
25% for this one. $55, it goes off.
No. No, as in, no, he is not dead.
No, he's not dead. Question 2. Cedric and Havel's son. Was he raised by hill giants?
No. Wait. Damn it. I
Yeah.
didn't have you roll.
Well, we can scrub this. No, we can't. No.
All right.
So, no. Alright. Question 3. Is Cedric and Havel's son living in this city under a different name? And then I'll roll. 73 goes off.
No.
No. Okay. I'm not going to risk any more in case I accidentally agitate her. 1. Their son is not dead. He was not raised by hail giants. And he is not going by a different name in the city.
Then he's not a scarecrow.
But he's connected, potentially.
But he might be connected. Whether he is the cause of the scarecrow or just a coincidence.
Okay.
Anyway,
He said the tavern's a good place to listen in for gossip and the like. I guess that's our next step, unless somebody else has a better idea.
No, I think that's the best we can get. And I want to go to the tavern anyways because we need to ask about those guards.
Fair.
All right. And so our adventurers head over to the tavern with Evelyn and Belle and Akira left behind. With Evelyn purposely going the opposite direction. So I must ask,
I
Do
looked
you
away.
do
no,
you
I'm
wish to
heading to
go
the
in a
tavern.
different direction and do something else? Or do you
No, I
wish to
think
join the
that
party?
Evelyn went that way as a joke.
Oh, okay.
No, I did. I actually didn't see where everyone went. So
Oh, okay.
No.
Okay. Okay.
So you come across this tavern, which looks relatively older, not exactly run down and dilapidated, but still it's been here for a while. Seems decently large enough to act as both a tavern, but at the same time you happen to see the sign that it's also doubling as an inn if you wish to stay the night.
All right, let's get some information where we can.
Okay.
Open the door.
Open door. The doors apparently
Door
swing outward
open!
instead. So, upon entry, you can already see and hear the rowdiness going on in here, as there are several townspeople to the right that have gathered up several tables, drinking and cheering. As you can see, other tables actually dropped on their side and made up into a makeshift ring. You can hear people taking bets, as there are two individuals within that ring actually having it out with a brawl. I put 5 on the monk-looking guy. I'm putting 10 on one of our own. Yeah!
Oh yes,
Oh.
Commoner versus Knuckle Joe.
From Kirby.
Commoner versus Knuckle Joe. I forgot I named him that. Oh, that's his name. So, right now, I would like to find out which side everyone wants to be on, because what we'll do is we'll have turns based off which side of the room that you're on, because one side there's more action going on and more people, but it seems to be more dedicated to drinking and fighting and shenanigans, and the other side is where the guard was. Regis, I named him, as he's at a table drinking on his own, and there is the bartender as well, with a set of stairs leading upwards, leading towards the inn. So I would say go on ahead and pick the side you're most interested in, and then we will go from there. So we have
Actually, I have Kaylee here.
Okay, so a majority of you on the left with some of you on the right, so both sides are going to have some action. So left side first. Welcome. I haven't seen faces like yours around here. Travelers, I take it.
Yeah, you could call us that.
Well then, travelers, what can I get you?
What's good today?
Everything's good. Are you kidding? Like we're gonna sell anything like shit? Unless you're into that kind of stuff, I'm not here to judge.
Right. Well,
You name it, we
Might as
got
well.
it. We're an agricultural town. We have resources everywhere.
just waiting on you. Thought you were going to say something to Rocky.
No, you go ahead. I'm just paying attention.
All right. Well, why don't you get me some decent meat?
Meat.
Might have some questions later.
Meat, he says. Let's see. We got chicken meat. We got cow meat. We've got goose meat. We've got duck meat. Don't ask me for human meat. That's for if you're crazy. Or undead.
Or a
But we
crazy
don't
hill giant.
appreciate that around here.
Or a crazy hill giant, perhaps.
That too, and you don't seem to be the giant type to me. Tell you what, since you seem to be pretty vague, how about I give you this questionable bird and this questionable drink, and I'll just say that they're good.
Sorry. I was just listening to you talk about it. Good man. Give
Chicken
me
and mead, you'll be fine.
chicken and meat will be good.
So, what brings you around here? Interested in seeing the, I'd say the vast and luscious greenery and crops, but it's not exactly been the best around here these days. Still, it's a beautiful town. Decent enough for a trip.
It's quite a decent town. You guys should be proud of yourselves.
Oh, absolutely. We are very, very proud of our town. Very, very proud of what we do here. After all, we have been blessed by Shantea herself. She does watch after us, and thankfully she is on our side when it comes to all these hill giant attacks.
I believe Shantea has been watching out for you then lately.
That's what we all believe. That's what I believe. After all, I'm sure you've heard about the Scarecrow here.
Yes, a curious individual, isn't he?
Absolutely. Just started showing up one day and protecting all of our crops and protecting all of us. For the most part, I heard about what happened last night.
Yes, the guards that were killed earlier. Has that happened before with other guards in this town?
Absolutely not. This is actually a first time. And quite frankly, the absolute fools... God's bless them. They were supposed to be... Go ahead.
We know they were drinking, but they were no doubt got their drink from here.
That's correct. They were supposed to be on duty, on watch, especially with all the hill giant activity happening lately. And when the attack happened, they were in here getting smashed. So when they went out to face them, they were too inebriated to be able to fight back properly. And all the destruction.
Might I ask, what were they drinking in specific?
Oh, well, let's see. I believe the captain was actually a big fan of rum. Two of them were looking at the mead, and, old Bill was a big fan of wine, so made sure to give him what he wanted. Even though they're supposed to be on duty, I can't say no to a customer. And
How many...
the last one, yeah, I believe that he was after the ale.
How much did they drink to get that drunk then?
Well, yeah, so I'm trying to think, because mead is beer, basically.
Basically, it's an assortment of different types of drinks, but all definitely alcoholic.
Yeah, it's definitely, yeah, because mead is like beer, rum is rum, wine is wine. The other guy wanted...
Ale.
Yeah.
Do you mind if we ask how much... Do you mind if we ask how much they...
Hold on. You just cut off Anaran.
No, I said go on, Carlos.
Oh, never mind. I'm sorry.
You're fine. Do you mind telling us how inebriated they were? Did they have, like, one or a couple of other drinks, or is it just multiple of the same drink all at once?
I'm surprised they were all able to walk in a straight line. That's how much they had.
They had that many mugs and bottles and...
That many? Yet they didn't die from alcohol poisoning immediately?
No, just enough to get drunk.
There's some hardy people. Take a look. No offense.
None taken?
Not to you.
Enough.
He does a better job at just kind of describing them. They were a burly bunch, and that essentially they had more than one drink. When he says that he was surprised to see them walk in a straight line, it means, yes, he could tell they were drunk.
But these were like bigger, hardy... I don't want to say fat, but that kind of like bulky build.
Captain had a bit of a belly on him, but the others, yeah, they were a bit more bulky, I'd say. Surprising that they just decided to just abandon their duties. I'm assuming that they just were bored. I don't know why they decided to come, but they decided to just come and party.
Wait. The captain himself and 4 others just decided, fuck it, let's go drinking.
It's not the first time that's happened, but it is the first time it's happened since we've been hearing that the hill giants have been more active.
Probably figured the Scarecrow would take care of things if they got drunk then. Why am I not surprised?
Well, Even then, battle-hardened guards wouldn't be so readily available to give themselves up for alcohol, even with one new help.
You thinking
Did
what I'm
they-
thinking?
Did they come in with a lot of more coin than usual?
Not anything abnormal that I've seen, no. They came in about the same as always.
How was their moods?
About average, I'd say. If anything, I'd probably say that they were excited to actually be here instead of on duty. Let's see. Trying to think back of the things that they said. Do believe that actual captain himself said something that nothing's gonna happen tonight, everything will be fine, or something of that sort. Or something like, we can afford to have a couple extra drinks tonight.
Very interesting, as if they were assured that nothing would happen.
That's what I'm thinking too. Did they happen to have any unique company or somebody following with them before they got drunk?
Nope. They were the same group of guards as always. Best way I can really describe it is I didn't notice anything weird about them, if that's what you're trying to get to.
Question.
Oh.
I understand that this is a small town and everybody knows everybody, basically. Did anyone have a slight against the captain?
Against the captain? No. Actually, everybody loved him.
What about the rest of the guards?
He's a bit of a grumpy grouch sometimes, but other than that, he was all right.
What about the other
What about the
four
rest
men
of
with him?
Yeah.
Same with all of them. Of course, Captain being more of a grouch, but the others... No, I can't say that I recall anybody having any kind of slights or problems with them. In fact, I would say that really don't see much of that around in this town.
That's normal.
Yeah, that's normal.
Outside of my friend here, has anyone else showed up with a greatsword? The last, couple months.
Oh, couple months? That'd be the Scarecrow itself then. I haven't seen a sword quite that big before. But if you're talking about anybody else like one of you, an adventurer or any of the sort, the occasional adventurer has come and gone, but long gone before what happened last night.
I have one last question, and he'll druidcraft all of the dead adventurers they found by the river. Do these people seem familiar to you?
Very interesting. Can't really tell any finer details other than the fact that they look human. Let me take a look here. Was there anything specific about them?
There were definitely adventurers, a horse, or several. And he'll just fill in as many details as he can.
Okay. You know, it's possible they might have come through here. Where were they off to?
They were found dead in the river next to a dead hill giant.
Oh my goodness. I'm sorry to hear that. Suppose that's the life of the adventurer, huh? At least they did us did this entire island a service and taking care of one of those despicable creatures.
No further questions.
Okay. Careless, do you have any other questions?
No, I'm good right now.
Thank
you for your time, good man.
Oh, of course, of course. Enjoy your meat and drink.
Yes, very funny. Come on over.
Kaylee, we come to you as you come across Regis as he's taking a seat. He's just got a big mug in his hand. He looks distraught. He's got his helmet off. He seems to be an older man, probably in his early 50s. Definitely looks like he's been alive through a little bit too much shit. And he can definitely hold a drink pretty well because he's already guzzled down a good half of that mug.
Kaylee goes and sits down next to him. I'm really sorry.
Sorry for what? I should be the one apologizing to you, adventurers coming by to see this kind of madness in a town like this. But that's the state of the island right now.
Well, you look like you knew them.
Well, we all know each
Were
other.
Were they your friends?
Nah, we weren't that close, but we have had nights drinking together, playing some cards, and hell, we went to the makeshift arena over there and had at it a couple of times. So friends,
I think that,
not super close, but close enough.
Sounds like friends to me, so... Still, I'm sorry for that.
It's all right. Time marches on. Time marches on.
You said that you were willing to give us a little bit more information. I do have a question. Have you ever spoken to the Scarecrow?
Scarecrow doesn't speak. We've spoken to it. To them, to him, to her, whatever it even is. No words ever come out of its mouth.
So, it's a giant thing that doesn't communicate, alright?
Seems to just come, get the job done, and disappears.
And you said that it seems to just know when you guys are all in trouble, correct?
Seems to be the case. Whenever there's trouble, whenever it's too much for us guards to handle, or even if we could use a little bit of extra hand, Scarecrow shows up and helps us. That's why I find it so strange that even our own. Sorry, I know what they did was stupid, but really? Really?
Do you know of anyone that had problems with the guards drinking?
Well, it's always been looked down on for guards that are currently on duty to be doing anything other than be on duty. That is a very important lesson that we all have to learn and take. There's nobody that's truly been outspoken against it other than the occasional angry person here and there, but it's not been consistent with anyone in particular. That's why they were fools. They knew better. They knew better than to abandon their post. They knew better.
What about your captain?
My captain? Well, my captain is a bit more of a stickler for the rules.
Oh.
The one that you found was not my superior.
Oh, is the guards, like, are they all divided up into sanctions?
Not exactly sanctions, just groups. There's always a captain that leads a good 3 or 4.
What was the captain leading of that group?
They were the ones that were, as you know, the Night Watch. They were actually in one of the towers. There's a tower that's nearby where the hill giants actually attacked from. And of course, since there was nobody to man that tower, nobody sounded the alarm. Until the attack happened.
Where's the tower?
I'm going to zoom out myself so I can get better. Okay, so yeah, I knew it was there. Okay. From here, if you left this bar and you took a direct right back over to the fields that were destroyed, there's actually a watchtower there. It watches over quite a decent amount of trees. You can see from a good distance. So if hill giants were on their way, they would have heard and seen the trees rustling. Nobody was there to see anything coming.
I think we might have to go take a look over there.
By all means.
If you don't mind.
Oh, I don't mind. I already know what you adventurer types are like. Just know that I don't think you're gonna find much of anything other than just maybe their belongings and maybe some old rotting food at this point. Just,
It doesn't hurt to help.
Oh no, of course not. You all have a knack of finding things that some of us more experienced guards are unable to locate. To be young again. Young again.
The guards were drinking here, correct?
That's what it seems to be. This is really the only bar in town. There are some private establishments, but mostly for memberships. And like the dwarves have their own little place. But as far as a big public place, this is it.
Did they leave with their drinks?
Wouldn't put it past them if they bought the whole bottle.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry.
You're welcome. I hope I am helping in some way.
Probably more helping than those over there.
Oh, that side? I tend to go over there every once in a while, but I'm not really feeling up for it right now. Though, that is where you'll probably see most of the common folk. Those that aren't guards or well-to-do, but those that are just your farmers, your merchants. The people that actually make this town into something.
Well, thank you for answering my questions. And again, I'm sorry for what happened.
It's alright. As I said, time moves on. You can dwell on it, or it can move on past it. I choose to only dwell for a moment.
I'm gonna have Kaylee actually leave.
Okay.
Well, okay.
Hold on. I'm thinking how I should handle this. Because
basically, I'm saying that I'm ending my turn and having Kaylee leave.
Okay, so what we're gonna do is while you are doing your stuff, the other side is doing their stuff, so you're not technically leaving right now because something's gonna happen when you go to that door. Okay. So instead, we're gonna say that you're currently still talking with the guard. You don't have to move your character or anything, because we're going to now go to the opposite side while the left side is talking and learning information, the right side is happening. So, before I do that though, Evelyn, since you over on the left side, is there anything that you would like to do? Belle, you are there too, so I should ask you both.
Let me see here. I mean, currently, not really. I'm just listening. Like, I'll say something when I think I've got something.
Gotcha. Okay. What about you, Evelyn?
Apparently his face is full of chips.
I'll give him a moment.
You caught me when I was stuffing my face full of Cheetos.
Cheetos.
But I don't have anything.
Nothing.
I can think of.
All right. Well, then, if that is the case, then we actually will head over to the other side. So, Chase with Sue, as well as Akira, while you watch as Anaran, Careless, and all the others go to that side and begin to investigate things on their own over there, you come across the more rowdy side. Of course, you can see that there are two individuals currently having a good old-fashioned brawl right there in the middle, surrounded by all these tables made into a makeshift arena, and everyone's just taking bets and just knocking back drinks, and it's just rabble-rousing.
Not hearing anything in particular as we're walking up.
You're basically hearing everyone cheering on whoever they bet on and taking wages and bets and such. There's nothing in particular or in specific to what you have experienced so far. They are just too focused on the action.
Fun fight?
Yeah! I mean, Knuckle Joe's been in there for a while, but I gotta say that Mr. Stern there, yeah, he's a hardy one. I think you can take him. Go, Mr. Stern! Yeah, I guess his name is Mr. Stern now.
You have to excuse me. I'm new in town, but I've been hearing a whole bunch of stuff about a family that runs this place. Whatever happened? Yeah.
Yeah, what do you want to know about them?
You don't sound like you like them very much.
Fucking no. Fucking Cedric and... oh, those two. Cedric and Hazel, they used to be so helpful around here. They used to be able to throw all their money around and make all kinds of problems go away. But now, they were shit!
Heard that ever since their son died.
Ah, right. What was his name? Fuck it, I don't even know. He wasn't even really around. All I know is that they had a son, and as soon as they found out about his death, they've been moping around and not focusing on helping the rest of us. Ain't that right, guys? Grrr! What are we all about?
Alright. So they found out about his death. So he didn't die in town.
Now, word is that there was a telegram that came by. And that was that.
What was he doing anyway?
What was who doing?
Yeah, what was the son doing?
Hell if I know. I don't know anything about him. He hasn't been in this town since I've been here, and I've been here for the past decade.
Wait, they had a son. He existed long enough that he could go off on his own and got killed, but nobody's ever seen him.
Yeah, that's about the long and short of it.
And how long ago did people know that they had a son?
So, Kaylee, this is about the time that you're at the door.
Okay.
Because I think this is going to come in line with what's about to happen.
Okay.
So, I'll put you at the door.
Okay.
Yeah, Ren was gonna go with.
All right. So just as you ask that question, the doors swing open. And what you see in front of you, almost bumping into you, lumbering slowly, looking with a very glossed over eyes, there we go, as if he's just staring off into the distance, is a long-bearded gentleman holding a cigar in one hand that's long since burnt out, and a walking stick in the other, as he just shambles in and just barely avoids you till it gets to the center. And right when that happens, this is just right after Chase is continuing his investigation. Everyone stops and turns and takes a look at him. Cedric, when's the last time we asked you to not come around here? Yeah, Crowley, get the fuck out!
Crowley.
Crowley?
Crowley.
He just ignores them and staggers up the stairs and makes his way over towards the bar.
Oh.
Chase, I think this is for you.
Oh my god.
I think we know where the sun is.
What'll it be?
He grew up in a farming village.
Telegram wasn't very long. So that telegram, it was only a couple of weeks ago, wasn't it?
It was about 5 weeks. I'd say about a month and a half.
Understand?
Interesting fellow. Case ass, Mr. Stern! Yeah!
Okay.
Not the warmest welcome.
He doesn't really respond to you, and he doesn't really say much of anything, as the bartender just looks at him. I'll get your usual. Just gets a mug and comes on over at the same time. Another individual just kind of walks up. If it ain't old Cedric Crowley. Well, welcome back, long time no see.
Anaran just
Anaran.
taps.
I'm literally telling Anaran to do what he's probably about to do.
Are you telling me to do it or not to do it?
To do it.
Anaran taps on that guy's shoulder.
He stops what he's about to do, which was he had his mug raised up over Cedric's head, looking like he was about to tip it over before he's like,
Leave the old man alone.
why should I? He's the one driving this town into the shit that it is.
So
He hears
when
a click.
I mean, there's that, and then Anaran's eyes, with thaumaturgy, go red. Go and leave him alone.
Yeah, he hears a click as I'm thumbing my sword open and shut.
Begging your pardon, sirs. I was behind, I was below, I was not myself right
That
now.
is
I think
no
I left my
way
mug right over here. Excuse me.
Yeah, I'm sure you did.
And he doesn't even go back over there. He just
Yeah,
runs out the
yeah.
door.
Let the old man.
I was just gonna stand guard to make sure no one gets near him.
He's got he's fine.
There's even odds of it being the sword or the gun.
Second.
So I want Chase to kind of finish up what he was doing since that happened right then. So
Sorry.
No, it's okay. That was the perfect time to introduce him, I felt. Otherwise, I felt like it would have been a little bit weaker, so I had to do it then. But now we can come back to Chase and let him finish up what he wanted to do.
Anaran,
Mm-hmm.
get Nahiri on the phone, on the rock.
Not doing this in public.
Okay, fine. I will be. Then wait for me outside. Okay.
Very well. Let's take him back home. Let him get his drink. We'll take him home. It'll be a private spot.
Okay. I got an idea. Mr. Crowley.
He responds, but it's barely a response. The mug just gets set in front of him, and he just weakly reaches his hand around it and just begins to drink.
I knew your son.
Now he's drinking it harder.
Misguided man. Angry man. But a smart man. I almost call him a friend at this point.
You knew my son?
Short
He was
individual.
lost when we found him.
Mm-hmm. Like tall hats.
He always did prefer to be the taller one.
We can talk about him a little bit more somewhere private. I don't think this is the best place for someone like you.
He just slams the mug down. I don't want to think about it. Just let me drink in peace.
Jace is going to get right up into his ear and whisper, he's still alive.
You dare mock me. Roll persuasion.
Can I get advantage with Bell in some form or fashion if Bell's going to assist?
Let me see here.
Are you doing something to help? Are you like, and are you reiterating what Chase is saying? Something to that line. Never mind. You're not saying it. I'll just roll.
Yeah.
I'll just roll.
Does the not hit? Oh, okay, it is on.
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, he's
Speak.
The problem is, I'm not sure I can assist that with how quietly you're saying it without alerting other people.
That's all I need to say. Are you helping or not? That's all I need to answer.
I can't in this case because of how you're doing it.
Fair enough. 16, because I'm doing a flash of genius.
Even with the 16 and the flash of genius, he just sets the mug down. Only this time his response is a little different. I know you wish to probably comfort me, considering you say he's a friend of yours, but I'd appreciate it if you didn't give me such jokes.
I can prove it, but not here.
You can prove it. What, you expect me to believe that? It's not like I have anything else to do. Fine. But if this turns out to be something...
Sir, my friend does not make a habit of torturing the elderly. Once upon a time, your son may have. He was not a friend at the start, but he had merely lost his way. He's changed.
That doesn't sound much like him at all, considering everything that we've put him through.
Clearly this town is aware of the reputation he'd garnered. As much as you wish to think well of him as his father, you must know how he was.
He once more slams the mug down. It was not this town, it was us. Myself, his mother. We treated him badly.
I'm just gonna wave off. I think before we do anything, make a bad situation worse, why don't you sit a while and tell us your story? because he never mentioned being ill-treated.
Fine, but not here.
As you wish.
I don't really have much hope for anything left anymore, so this is the only hope I have at all.
I'm already taking a risk doing this for you, sir.
Interesting.
Do not call it a risk. If anyone deserves to know, you know that.
I know. But it's to sell it so he believes me.
But,
Either way,
Go ahead.
Either way, is like, what all does he have? Is he just drinking, or is there like food and stuff here?
The food's just decoration. He's only just drinking. In fact, he put some coin up on the table to pay for it.
I'm gonna stop him and pay for it myself.
Huh.
I-
Generosity
Hey.
from a stranger.
Hey, as
Wow.
far as you know, we could be wasting your time, but
I certainly
So
hope that
it's
you're
not
not.
to pay it forward.
Kindness is something that I probably don't really deserve much of anymore, but I appreciate it.
Be surprised who isn't deserving. Seldom are the ones most deserving of it the ones who receive it, and I'm just helping him move.
Yeah, he's the best way I can really describe it is that while he has a large coat, it's very much a similar thing to Victor Crowley. Whereas Victor Crowley wore a hat to make himself look taller, Cedric is wearing a cloak to make himself look more stout, more built. But as you touch him, you see that the cloth sinks in greatly. He's practically skin and bones underneath of that.
Kira, come if you want. Stay for the fight if you want. Your choice.
Yep, I wanted to get to Akira and ask him before anything else what he would like to do.
No, the group's got this handled right now, so I'll just hang back.
So you're gonna hang out with the this will be interesting. So I'm gonna give Akira something really quick, everyone. So if you'll excuse me. So Akira, as the fight goes on, you see that unfortunately Mr. Stern falls to Knuckle Joe. There's a roar, everyone's cheering, some people are upset, especially the woman that's actually, oh man, I thought he'd be able to take him. As this guy comes up and just drags him off. Like,
Uncle Joe, the sandwich chef of steel.
who else dares stand before the might of Knuckle Joe? Ha 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 ha, hee ho, ha ha ho. Hee ho. Ho hee.
Me,
Wait, turn into Jack.
Jack
Frost.
Frost.
you whole.
Sorry, what was that, Akira?
I said me eat you whole.
Me eat you whole. Oh no. Hmm? The fluffy-headed stranger seems like he wants a piece. Come forth,
He might
if you
actually be
dare.
looking for a morph.
Oh, I'm pretty sure I'm not going to interrupt anything here.
Interrupt what there's to interrupt. I already beat his ass, so I am looking to let my fists rest on someone else's face. And you look like you have a face worth resting my fists upon.
The boulder is over his hesitation.
Well, you gonna just let him talk to you like that?
Oh, great. Very well. So, fist fight then. As Akira just smack his fist, his both fist to his palm, and forms a his gauntlet from his katana is she?
Oh, perfect. So as you do that, and you step forward, everyone in the audience is like, fluffy head, fluffy head, fluffy head, fluffy head. Oh, you all know what's going to happen anyway. I'd say go ahead and make your wagers. It's not like too many are going to make much off of this one.
Was you just to have your fun, but you have to go and mock me.
He even just kind of steps up and just taps his chin. He's like, come on, little one, I'll give you the first hit. There's just an ooh in the background, as many of them are just like, point 10 on Knuckle Joe. Oh, fuck that, I got 5 on the fluffy head guy. I got 15 on him too.
Oh boy. Alright. I'll make my attack roll.
Yep, make your attack roll.
22.
All right, that hits him. But let's see how much damage that you do.
So at this level, I think monks are 1d8.
At this level, they are 1d8.
Alright, so
No, wait. 1d6.
they're 1d6?
Yeah, they don't get 1d8 till 11.
11. Okay. So on 1d6.
Then again, this is your glove, which is your sword, so there's force damage.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. 2 plus 6, so 8.
Just 8 damage?
Yeah.
All right, so basically, yeah, you're just like, all right, you go and you punch him square in the face, and he whips around and staggers over towards the fallen over table, and he holds on to it for a second while just readjusting his jaw. There's just a gasp coming from everyone behind you.
I gave you what you wanted.
Oh, ho, 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 ho. You're gonna regret that, little boy. And he goes up and he attempts to attack you. The problem is that he physically cannot hit over your current AC.
It's 19.
Oh, I thought it was 21.
No, since two-handed bolt, I have to drop the shield.
Oh, well then, he has a chance if he rolls a natural 20.
Oh dear.
Uh-oh.
Which he does not do. So he goes to punch you, and his fist lands squarely on your face, and you suffer no recoil. You just stand there.
Oh, don't worry.
Like a Dragon Ball Z character getting punched in the face.
It's
Literally, if you check the voice list, I've got this whole fight summed up.
Should you rethink this? Before I make a mockery out of you.
See everyone? I hit him so hard, the recoil was like a flash of lightning. You couldn't even see it.
26, and I just no movement, only just full one-arm punch him in the face.
All right, roll your damage.
And that was just a 1 plus 6. That's just 7.
7?
Yep.
All right. This guy isn't really that much. I mean, he is essentially barely above commoner. So you punch him, and he goes flying back, crashing through that table, and landing right against this one, knocking the pig over as it falls and ass first over his head.
I think this means I won.
You could probably hear the crickets chirping from outside as everyone's just staring in awe at the sight of powerful Knuckle Joe getting face planted with a cooked pig's rear end over his face, KO'd on the ground. There's a pile of gold that is actually accumulated nearby behind the tables, which somebody just kind of points at as like, I guess that's yours now.
Oh. Well, I appreciate the kind gestures, everyone. Hope you enjoyed the show. You just pick up the gold and just slowly walk away.
Everybody around a Foster Fluffy Head, right? Yeah, please don't hurt us. You have acquired a meager sum of about 137 gold.
Jesus, that's actually decent.
That's
though.
not meager for peasantry.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Well,
Meager
yeah,
compared
that's-
to what we usually get,
meager,
guys. Come
yeah,
on.
there we go. That's what I mean.
Yeah, for us, he just stole that fucker's lunch money, but for him, he just stole that fucker's rent for the next 4 months.
Stole that fucker's rent, lunch money, bill money, tax money.
So
Okay.
it's at this time that
Not act money if you don't report it.
Anyway.
it's at this time that Cedric is leading you out, just to make sure that that lined up all together.
Yeah, it's Chase saying, you can do whatever you want, Chase, then here's the fucking table break. Okay, he's doing what he wants.
Yep. He did it.
I just One Punch Man.
Well, he is welcome to he's welcome to keep following, but
yeah, you're welcome to come along or stay there. I just wanted to give you that at least, since you were
I
still
wasn't
there.
expecting. I wasn't expecting that, but okay, I'll follow.
Okay. So
Do you still want to go to the watchtower, or do you want to go with them?
We can investigate the tower afterwards. I believe this just randomly became higher priority. After all, he might actually know what's going on.
I can do it by myself. I wasn't gonna spend too much time there anyways.
Chase,
yeah.
I take my sending stone and I just
Alright.
to return it.
I mean,
In and out, you two. Quick, just make it quick. No, if you see something there, get out.
Got it.
We'll meet up with you later.
all right, so to help you out, I'm going to point out where the tower is. It is all the way over there.
Way the fuck over there.
Yep.
Fuck, I lost where I was. There I am.
So that way you know where to go.
Southwest from the bar.
Yeah.
Okay.
So meanwhile, Cedric is going to lead you on. And on the way, he's going to...
Guys,
Kagato, sorry, do you
Actually-
know where it is again?
It's over
Yeah.
here, bud.
Okay.
Oomph, 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 oomph.
Sweet great party!
I saw another watchtower. So.
Yeah, there's a couple of them around here.
Mm.
Okay.
Alright.
So along the way, he remains silent unless you ask him a question. Let me see about the best pathway here. Yeah, we're gonna go that way. So we're gonna actually about face go this way.
He's... Yeah. So... How long has your family, been doing this?
What, you mean overseeing this place, the agriculture?
Yes.
Oh, well over 100 years at this point. We used to do things the old-fashioned way. That's part of the reason why my son and I had a falling out. He was so desperate in finding ways to help us get relieved of any strain having to use magic, using his machines in order to help with agriculture purposes. And we laughed in his face. Pretty much gave him one hell of a hard time. From here, you can actually see to the left that there actually is a gravesite for Victor Crowley, adorned with a marble statue of him. So, definitely tied that together at the very least.
Yeah, I remember that thing was gold.
The gold ones were the short hat ones.
Mm-hmm.
So, we had that falling out, but as the years went on and his mother and I got older, we needed to depend on more and more. And that's when we actually did find that his technology was incredibly helpful. We were able to actually increase production for quite a long time. And that's actually how we started to get the fortune that we've actually received, though not without a couple of handouts from him. We used to decline them, but then we decided it was finally time to go on ahead and start taking some. You can see as they're walking in that there is somebody that is up above that's currently reading, though seeing as everyone's walking inside, she currently looks curious at all of you as she closes her book and makes her way inside, as well as Evelyn is locked outside.
Just teleport in, Charles.
Here. There we go. All right. So let me, come on. All right. Hold on, the structure is in my way. Perfect. All right. Good, she's in there. And... okay, I think a good place would probably be... oh my goodness! My camera is not wanting to cooperate.
Yeah, it's being finicky right now for me.
Okay, so... right, I think in there's good. So, Cedric heads over to this door, opens it up, and there is a maid inside as he looks over to her. Can you give us a moment of privacy, please? Of course, sure. Shall I get the missus? I think it's probably best that you do. It must be serious. So, it's at that point that the maid goes outside. Miss Hazel? Yes, I know. What is going on? I don't know, but there's quite a large crowd here. I can see that. Feel free to take care of some work on the other side. We'll probably be needing this room for a while by the looks of things. Yes, ma'am. She goes over and closes the door. Cedric Crowley, what is going on here? Hazel, these people claim to know our son. Oh, they do they? She just kind of squints her eyes as she looks at the lot of you. Unlike Cedric, she seems more angry in her words than Cedric's sorrow. Though,
Oh, yes, he was a terrible person. Was being the operative word.
Chase takes out the sending stone. Nahiri, no, it's Chase. You there?
yes, I'm here.
Get X on the phone. Can you get X for me for a minute?
Also, where are you? Where are they currently?
Where's who?
They're at the camp. They're back at the training camp north of Alexander, where they.
Okay.
Yeah. Could you get X on the line for me? It'll take you a minute to get him.
Sure, okay.
Chase puts it down. To let you know, my friends and I work with the consortium. Your son had to be taught a bit of a lesson, but then was taken into protective custody with the consortium.
Could you explain?
He got mixed up with a guy calls himself Bicus. Messing with some really bad magical items and whatnot. Your son committed a lot of crimes. He had to go in his position.
And the crimes is a very sugar coating way of saying enslaved an entire village.
Jeez.
It is what happened.
So, upon hearing this, the two of them actually stand at the end, and Cedric just clasps at the hand of Hazel. She's not looking all too happy. She doesn't seem all that convinced at what's going on, but Cedric seems to, at least at the description that you're giving, is showing a little bit of hope now.
He was, for his crimes, supposed to be executed, but my friend over there, motioning to Belle, gave us another option. At that, Chase like, Nahiri?
Yes, I'm here. So
Found him yet?
So as you do that, Hazel actually looks over to Cedric and says, "Do you know what this means? If he's alive, then... Oh, we should let him know. Hold on, we need to make sure that he's actually alive. I know that, but if he is, then we can actually go through with it. I don't know about this.
We can arrange for him to be smuggled into town somehow later.
He has to stay on the books dead. He's been given a new identity. We will be able to get him in, but for a little while, contact will have to be limited. Victor Crowley no longer exists in this world, but the man that is your son still lives.
If the man that is their son was dug out from the remains of Victor Crowley, it'd be more accurate to say.
Fair enough.
The two of them are a little bit confused at this, as Nahiri then responds with, he's here. What? And he's like, hello? What's going on?
People want to talk to you, X.
So, all right then. So I'm just going to make sure that I'm following this correctly. Mm-hmm. You have Mr. X, formerly known as Victor Crowley, on the line, and you're about to hand it over to these two for them to talk. Am I understanding this correctly?
Yes. I'm motioning them as like, you have to stay calm. And as Chase also puts X, whatever you say, whatever comes next, X, keep your temper.
And if you don't want me to explode on you, don't hang up either.
Go ahead.
Very well. All right. What do I do? Who am I talking with? As Cedric reaches over and reaches for the stone. Do you give it to him?
Yes.
All right. He takes the stone and holds it up. Victor. Okay, what's the meaning of this? Victor, it's me. I know who it is! What is going on? I thought I was supposed to remain hidden.
I know, X, I'm sorry, but things are happening in your hometown. And I think your family's I think your family is targeting your family. The only way I can get them to talk to them properly is for them to let them know you're alive.
I see.
I'll take the heat if Val gets mad.
Oh, is that why we were doing this? I was just letting them know. I didn't realize we were getting an advantage out of this.
All right. So, you watch as Cedric continues to talk to Victor on the other side. Meanwhile, Hazel is listening in, but she hasn't said a word. The conversation continues, and that's when Cedric finally comes to realization. Oh gods, you are alive! I don't know what to say. I'm sorry, but I need this to stop for a second. She takes and snatches the stone out of his hand. You might be able to fool him, but you're gonna have to do a lot more than that to fool me. Oh, mother, I see. How do I know that you are who you say you are, that you're not just some sick doppelganger cloning his voice?
Valid concern, actually.
Shh, Mama, please.
And so the conversation continues as information is shared between them in regards to things that only Victor would know growing up. And once that information passes, Hazel freezes and she drops the stone. Hello? Hello, are you there? Hello? This is why I hate rocks. Why are we using rocks? We need better telecommunication devices. Mother,
So
are you
invent
there?
it, jackass.
We did, but it's not in mass production yet.
Hey, actually, here's an I know that! And quite literally not in mass production yet. He's actually... This is now when the both of them are now convinced. As
Chase will pick back up the stone.
Cedric practically keels over, falling down on his knees. Hazel doing her best to keep him up, looking at least healthier between the two of them. It's all right, Cedric. It's all right.
Just gonna help him back up onto his feet.
I'm sorry, I'm become so frail. I don't know what to say. Still...
You have time to think of what you're going to say when we arrange for him to be here in person.
Right. Victor? Yes, Dad? Victor, you need to tell us everything that's happened. You need to tell us what happened to you, what happened in Zadoria, please. That's not exactly a story I'm proud of sharing. It would...
And I also don't think the sending will last long enough for him to do it.
We treat it like an actual walkie-talkie.
Oh, right.
Yeah, it's a walkie-talkie. So,
I am glad the joke is staying.
So, essentially, if you allow them to, they will want to take the rock over and get a comfortable place where they can essentially catch up. They talking on the rock as if they were just parents wanting to talk to their son over the phone. Catch up after a long time.
Yeah, Chase will allow it, but keeping an eye on them. It's like his paranoid self.
Yeah, they don't go far. They literally just go over to the table just right over here. And essentially just taking... There's no chairs here right now, but there should be. They take a seat, and They allow you all to. They don't seem to mind where you go or where you stand or what you say, but you can at least overhear a bit of the conversation. And he doesn't hold anything back. He tells the truth on everything, though you don't know if it's from the bottom of his heart or for fear that you could hear him, and if you caught him in a lie, what would happen? Who knows? What's important is that he is telling the whole story about what happened in Zadoria, what his ambitions were, and how he fell from grace and enslaved the goblins. So, as their conversation continues, I would like you all that are in this room right now, if you have anything that you would like to discuss amongst each other while they are currently having their conversation, now would probably be the time.
Come on, let's give him a moment.
Fucking Jesus. And that, as Bell would put it, is the advantage of mercy.
Mercy and
But
kindness.
as I would put it, a fucked up twist of fate.
That's one way to look at it, yes. Though,
It's
I don't
the
know,
only
the
way
way
to
that
look at it.
well, perspective perhaps. Though, Bell probably would be arguing on my side for that. But let's not
What is
debate
your
that.
side for that, then?
Kindness. In my view, we went out of the way to just give them something that they needed. You saw how they were going to treat him in that tavern.
The treatment is of no great concern. If we had left Crowley if we had actually killed the man, the anger would have been misplaced, but not entirely unjustified, as the man would have died the way would have died entirely rightfully scorned.
But yet he's earned his redemption now.
He's working on it. That is not a kindness that we can afford to extend to too many, and it's still arguable to this day whether I did the correct thing, knowing how overtly hostile the man was at the time.
Well,
Though in this case, I'm sure that he finds it rather validating.
perhaps so. Still, you showed mercy when most others wouldn't. Hell, you remember how Chase reacted. I think you're more kind than you let on, Thama.
That wasn't me. That was Bell that did that did that in the first
You literally
place.
just said I gave him a chance, though.
I guess I did.
Besides the point.
Exactly.
I guess I did, but two minds, one body. Things get mixed, but it was
One's
certainly
influencing the other a little bit more. Look, I'm not saying that we should always be kind to everybody that we greet, but after all the bullshit that we've been going through, it's nice to not just be constantly fighting with somebody. Take what little victories you can find. And besides, look back there. They're catching up. You, or rather Bell, gave him that kindness. Gave him that gift. That kind of mercy. People here probably wouldn't have turned an eye, or probably would have celebrated if these two passed away. think in some ways you gave them a new hope.
It provided some comfort. It's not exactly going to fix their reputational damage in any way.
No. It won't fix their reputation, not right now. But it's a start. It's better than nothing.
They're only reviled because of the reputation of the son, a reputation that he has been allowed to evade, and now they have to suffer for.
Perhaps. But the son's working to make amends. Sure, not as Victor Crowley, because officially he's dead, but every little bit every little change is appreciated.
It's strange to be viewing this.
Why is that? Too used to mercy or ruthlessness?
Not quite. After all, I have shown ruthlessness in the time I've been awake. I've also shown the opposite end. I've also shown that capacity, much as I wasn't sure I had it. It's strange because it's an action being attributed to me that, had I been awake at that time, I would not have taken. Had I been awake in control in full, I suppose.
No, I understand what you mean. When Victor
In fact, it would have fed my rage much more succinctly to let him explode like that, but to have that poetic end. But it's one of the few times that Bell was able to ignore me, and he was frankly correct to do so, but also the damage it caused was, even if only in the short term, was a gamble that I'm not sure I would have taken.
No.
Not on someone who could, not on an unknown.
No,
Like him.
perhaps you didn't take it, but then again, Bell is Bell. He's done some crazy shit over this adventure. You should lie your answer in that right there.
That's where I have the advantage over you. I'm actually in his head, so...
Fair enough.
I can tell you what he's done that's actually crazy, at least to his mind. And...
Oh, like drinking
so
seawater isn't crazy.
Impulsive, stupid, yes, not crazy. Might lead to craziness because salt water is not healthy, but...
Alright,
he hasn't done a damn thing that he considers truly insane yet, except for Crowley. Even Philomena, he felt was quite sane.
No, Philomena was him singing a chant. Ironically, kind of opened
Crowley
my
was
eyes
the
a little
same
bit.
thing. It was just not one I agreed with him on in that moment.
Perhaps not. But it still happened, and you can't change the results of that. But enough reminiscing and debating about it. We should probably focus on the whole Scarecrow thing, shouldn't we?
Everything's a means to an end.
On that, I think that we should have this conversation come
Move
to a
to
close.
everyone else. That was kind of a conclusive.
That was me being
so,
like, hey,
if
maybe
everybody else has
a lot
something to
over
do,
here.
I'm sorry that we kind of went first there.
No, it's okay.
I just sat down and started talking.
I think that you two actually having that conversation is good, because what I want to do is I want to come back to Chase in a minute, because the conversation is going to go elsewhere, and considering he's actively listening in to the Crowleys, what we're going to do now is we're actually going to head over to Kaylee and Anaran as they investigate the tower. So, Kaylee and Anaran, you find yourselves at the Watchtower. It's not anything very special. It's quite literally just that. Just a basic tower with ladders that head up to an upper floor that can see over top of the trees. It's an actually decent vantage point to be able to see if anything is coming or going away from the town. You do notice that, much as you were told, there are quite a bit left in regards to belongings. So just some backpacks and bags, wallets, all just left behind.
They said that the Hill Giant attack happened here, correct?
Or at least it started here.
Oops, I don't know why there are so many wolves over here. They shouldn't exist, so... Boop.
Wolves? Food?
Boop.
Don't eat the wolves. Wolves alone.
They're
So-
delicious, though.
Wolves are friends, not food.
So either
No,
way,
they're
you heard that the attack came from this side of the town, and this is the watchtower that watches over this side of the town.
Okay, so they saw the Hill Giant and ran over to go stop it.
Or this was the angle that it came from, and other people closer to town saw them? Is that what we're being told, Kagato?
What you're being told is that the hill giant came from somewhere in this area of the forest and waddled into town undetected because the people at the watchtower weren't there, allowing the hill giants to begin to assault the side of the town. As you saw, there was a lot of destruction on the fields. So when it was finally brought to alert, they've already been causing destruction. So the drunken group went out to go and face them, and that's when all hell broke loose.
So, if it came through this area, hill giants are likely just to destroy this just because they're stupid. Why wouldn't they? It's a show of strength. Why is it still standing?
Kaylee's gonna look through the bags.
All right. So, as you look through the bags, you find nothing of great importance. You find an extra set of clothes, mostly for either rainy or colder weather. You find a bottle of water or water skin. You find very basic survival gear and adventuring gear and guard gear. Just nothing within any of their bags screams out of place.
Anaran checks the wallets.
Okay.
Or the coin bags.
All right. So whatever coin bags were left behind, you find, again, not that much. You find, I mean, there's some coin in them, but nothing more than what you would expect a guard to make. So some of them looks like they were either saving because they had maybe a little bit more coin than usual, but nothing extravagant. You couldn't exactly go out of your way and go on a lavish shopping spree or going out to eat anything at a fancy restaurant with any of this. It's meager, to say the least.
They weren't being paid off. Why did they think everything was going to be hunkadory? Is that the term? Hunkadory?
Hunky-dory.
It pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, no, that's Anaran and being like, did I get this right?
Yeah, being like, I heard this term. Is that the right term? Yes. Basically, they thought that everything would be fine, which doesn't make sense.
Especially
Unless they were confident about what the Scarecrow would do. A lot of the townsfolk looked to be enamored by the Scarecrow. So, do you think the guards might be the same? Do you think
No.
maybe that they thought since the Scarecrow was saving everyone that they could be more lax?
No. These guards have been here for a long time. After all, you looked at the guard that you were talking to. He was an older man, like 40s, 50s, right?
Yeah.
I would say yes, the captain.
That kind of experience drills in a routine. You don't just get lazy suddenly. Unless you're given really good reasons.
So on that, I want you both to roll for perception. And considering it's the two of you, I have no doubt that this will probably be simple.
Okay, so you can't. Bun, you have a +10 with advantage, right?
If it's hearing.
If it's hearing, I'll give you the D4 because I have constant advantage.
Okay. Is it sight or hearing?
Sight.
Okay. Let's see.
Good thing I gave you that.
I think I'm gonna need it. But you want I'll roll just in case. 31.
31.
Yeah, Adaran rolled a 15.
All right. So we're gonna have to theater of the mind this a little bit because there isn't actually a spot for this. But
Okay.
as you are investigating, whenever you do investigate the top to be able to look out, you will definitely see something. So I'll wait and see.
So,
I'll wait for you to
Well,
actually
that's
go
where
up there.
Kaylee's gonna head next.
Yeah, that's where we're. So if this is a tower and we've investigated the living quarters of said tower,
Mhm.
or at least the general lounge area, then of course we're gonna go up.
Yeah.
All right. So, yeah, there we go. Perfect. So, Kaylee, you're scanning around and you see that there's actually a spot where there are some trees fallen. It seems to be a roughly rounded spot.
Is it this area here?
No, it is. You are thinking. This is theater of the mind. It doesn't actually exist
Okay.
on this map. So imagine, if you will, you're currently a guard. You're up there and you're gazing out into the wilderness. This. Let me put it this way. Think of this out here. That is
Yep.
forest, not water.
Yeah, that is
Alright.
dense forest.
Yeah. So you look out there, and roughly we'll say like out here-ish, you do see that there is a clearing. But the clearing seems to be not a natural clearing because there are a lot of snapped trees that you can see from there.
And they all form like a circle.
Roughly a circle-ish kind of a formation, yes.
Okay, I'm going to. Kaylee's gonna basically climb up to the top.
Wait, what? Oh,
As she...
And then she's gonna jump down and parachute down.
All right.
he just climbs
It's
down
like,
the
what
ladder.
the fuck? What the
He just goes down the ladder.
All right, so don't go too far because again, this is theater of the mind.
yeah.
But when
But
you
basically, Kaylee goes towards it.
all right,
And follow.
so you all go and you investigate, and upon arrival, you find that the clearing was made because of 3 hill giants having fallen over. They all appear to be dead and decaying.
Do they have a singular puncture wound through their chests?
Roll investigation or medicine.
Okay, so which one do you want to do, Kaylee?
Okay. For my investigation, I have a +6 plus a D8.
I have a +8 with medicine, but I could also give myself, if you help me, that's advantage, and I can give myself an extra D4.
All right, then we'll do medicine.
But before we go into the clearing, just double checking that there's nothing else around.
It looks like that, based off of your perception, that there's nothing else around except for hill giant footprints that lead away, but they eventually start to disappear in the forest. Their weight was not quite enough to leave much footprints beyond the more wet areas of this part of the forest. So they were traveling in this direction.
Okay. Just to make quick case, Anaran will just climb up a tree, because he's a wood elf, and will just poke over the canopy line to double, just like make sure, because his paranoid wolf and wood elf ass is just nothing on the horizon.
You don't see anything of true importance on the horizon other than a few more trees leading out to a big clearing that leads to all the rolling hills of Hilford.
He'll just gently help himself down. I think we're clear.
Alright,
Now we do that.
go for it.
Boy. Well,
It works.
20.
It works.
20.
My dice do not want to roll above a 10 right now.
It's okay. It's enough to give you something, because you don't see a puncture wound. You see several puncture wounds and burn markings on these giants.
Burn markings? So, with that 20, can I identify what caused the puncture?
With that 20, you can see that you can't tell what kind of weapon it was, but it was long and thin. Like perhaps a rapier or something else that was actually long, thin, and sharp.
Long, thin, and sharp. Is there any curve to it?
No. In fact,
So
upon further inspection, they don't go very deep.
Okay. This is not caused by our typical assailant.
Are the puncture wounds are they random across the body, or are they specific? Like, is it uniform?
I would say that they are more chaotic than uniform. However, there is a slight uniformity with it, but nothing that seems like it's like one item that is got several different needles attached to it as a weapon. It definitely looks a little bit more sporadic than that.
Okay, so Anaran being a doctor, he'll feel around. How deep are these?
Let's see. About 1 inch to 2 inches.
1 inch to 2 inch deep.
Yes.
For Hildred? Would that be enough to kill them?
We're not dealing with a rapier, we're dealing with a dagger. Straight edge, straight blade, dagger, long knife. A fire.
I want you to roll investigation on the burns.
Okay, Kaylee, this is your stuff now.
Okay.
I'll give you advantage and I'll give you a d4.
Is also not good. 20.
20. Just enough. Once more. With a 20, you can discern that the little puncture wounds might not be enough to kill a hill giant, considering it's just 1 inch or 2 inches. That's not even that much to kill a human.
Well, a human, yes, but something this big and this fat, no.
Yeah.
Yes.
The burns are covering these hill giants. They are sporadic, but these burns, they aren't your ordinary burns. They look like explosions.
Like something impacted and then detonated?
That's a good way to put it, perhaps.
Are we familiar with this?
It's possible it could be explosive arrows.
Well, that's true. That could be the case. That's not a bad idea. Write that down.
Well, but
I'm gonna need one of you, to please roll history.
Haley, you get advantage. You get the D4. I'm not good with intelligence-based stuff.
What they wouldn't do to have me sitting there right now.
okay.
Wait,
17.
I'm in the Psylink.
17. Oh, go ahead.
Could we describe this over the Psylink to Bell? Or
Yeah, you could.
Okay.
Anaran being
Because
as good as
he
is
would
in
be a better
medicine.
person to do this.
Yeah, so we start doing this, and we look at each other like, wait.
We have no fucking clue. Who should we ask? The smart one!
25, natural 20. One history.
Oh. Oh.
So yeah, after Anaran does a thorough description of what these wounds are.
Bell, you know absolutely what those are because you've seen them before. Even if it wasn't you specifically as Thama, but you know, based off of what they describe, exactly where you all might have seen that before. As you recall, actually, this is actually really tricky because this is Thama. This isn't Bell. So Thama, would he technically know this? I don't think he would.
He does have access to Bell's memories. It's just like it's a situation of specifics of people. He's going off of when he couldn't really see all because he couldn't really see all that much because he was barely awake, but with digging access, but the other thing is Bell is still awake in his head.
So
if it's relevant and something he would know, he could feed it to him.
All right. Well, if that's the case, then you think for a moment, and then you remember that you've seen things like this before in a very similar kind of environment on a different island. Way back when, a month, maybe a month and a half, possibly 2 months. Yeah, probably close to 2 months. Right during a time when you all were dealing with mushrooms.
God.
That is when I was closest to waking up. So yes, Bellathama would absolutely know that. That was the first time he almost exploded out of Bell's being because of how angry that purge made Bell. So yeah.
Then you can easily describe to the lot of them.
I'm going to describe. So, remember the myconoid epidemic?
Not exactly myconoid, but yes.
Crowley's Crowbots.
Actually, yes. Technically, they were there. But I'm going to let Bell describe this. But I'm going to tell Bell that these are in line with the wounds on several of the villagers when Orion and Dragon Howl attacked them.
Those
Suddenly Dragon's Howl's theme comes on.
Are what?
Actually, not a bad idea.
Actually, as a matter of fact, hang on, let me make a quick... Okay, so where Bell is, his mouth physically opens for a sec before he shuts it, and then just thinks back to them specifically. The wounds you're describing match the brutality you employed by Orion and Dragon's Howl when they purged what was the village? What was the village called?
Chase, you were half right. Dragon's Howl is involved in this.
Yeah, but those wounds being so close to this town, and they're trying to, and just in time for Crowley's family to really start taking reputational hits with this Scarecrow.
Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. This is
We're purging. They're calling Strathholm
no,
again.
no.
They're getting ready to do it
No.
again.
No. They're baiting him out. They're trying to bait out Crowley.
You're right. They're the only other ones that.
They're the only ones he would still care about if he was still alive.
Because he's too good a weapon for us.
They don't know he's alive, but if they have an instinct that he didn't die because they didn't find the body, first thing they would do is start causing havoc, because this is probably the only place the old Crowley would care about still.
And we just told his parents that. Oh dear.
Kaylee, we're on our way. Time to head back.
Get back.
We can't let his parents out of our sight.
Haley's now running.
We have to know every single person they talk to. Even the staff have to be, watched.
Oh god. Okay, hold up.
Zoomy zoom.
Hold up. Okay. First, Kaylee, we stop. We ask where the rest of the people go. Then we zoom. Okay.
Y'all are heading back, so we're gonna go back to Chase. As
But the
he
thing
realizes,
is,
Teleported.
it's a trap. Because now that they know, if we don't bring him here, they probably will purge this town.
so we stop it. But I believe I.
They
have
fucking
done-
got us again.
Quiet.
No, they haven't got us yet.
Not
We
yet.
can still save this place.
Chase
Also-
is now speaking out loud.
Oh, you know, Bell, like Bellathama even now has abandoned, like, just thinking these things. He's now
Alright,
just
let's-
rambling like a crazy
Okay,
person.
everyone, let Chase have his moment now.
Sorry, Chase.
I have made a grave error.
Oh, what do you?
Dragon's Howl is in the area.
What? Oh, no, that's not good. That is not good. Dragon Howl, dragon. The only dragon that's
King.
around here is a bronze.
No. He is a Kenku. A very dangerous Kenku.
Didn't the admiral of the last town say there aren't dragons around here? What do you mean there's a bronze dragon?
We saw not the time, Ouroboros. We came here to investigate the Scarecrow. But we started seeing people, the industry the farming's area being disrupted.
Yes.
And now this place has especially been hit. Bikes need something from your son. If he thought he was dead, he was still alive. The best way to get him.
It's
Yes.
us. Well, then, what are we supposed to do?
I don't.
So, sees everyone through the windows. Kaylee, this way. He just
Probably
Door-
not the best way with
Chase
the couple
points
we
to-
just made paranoid.
Friends of ours. Don't worry. They're points to the door over there. It's like,
No, I remember seeing them. It's open.
From now on, it's not gonna be.
fuck.
just
We need.
Kaylee's gonna actually lock the door.
And
Anaran goes and takes the sending stone. Sorry about this, Axe, but we're gonna have to cut you off here real fast.
Wait.
X, do not. No, not yet, Anaran. X. Until I have an idea, you stay there.
All right.
Tell him
very
to
well.
stay within Rito's sight, okay?
The pirate.
If anyone can
all
protect
right.
him, it would be Ryudo.
It's anybody's sight.
Yeah. I'm going to fix this, X. I fucked up. I'm fixing this. I'm sorry.
I know you can. I know you can.
So, click. Stuff it away. Now, precautionary measures. Dispel magic on both of them. Both of the parents.
Dispel magic is triggered. You find that there was some kind of magical tracking on the both of them.
And now gone.
And now gone.
That's the signal flare they were looking for, so that's probably shouldn't have removed that.
No, we remove it here. We removed it here. Because what they wanted is for us to have it removed with him.
Actually,
That means they're gonna come
we'd need
here.
more information, but I might have the beginnings of an idea, because we have one advantage in all of this.
Hmm.
We found out earlier than they anticipated. We still have control of when Crowley appears. We may no longer have control of if he does, though. But we can control when.
Alright, everybody. You have been tracked these last few days. Probably. Via magic. So for now, both of you are to stay here. I am going to start trancing. Let the guards know to expect trouble.
How do you, just quick question before we say anything further. And this is kind of an out-of-game thing as for how I'm specifically phrasing it. How do you detect if you're being, if anyone in your vicinity is being scryed?
The invisibility. That's your
Okay.
only way.
Okay, that's not great. That's that's more or less a sentiment that Bell's going to be expressing, just not in that way, because he would know. He would know that. It's just I don't know how you do that in 5th, because there's several ways. Usually,
You give Chase 8 hours and we have that spell available. That's how you do that.
Mm-hmm.
yeah. So we need to err on the side of caution and pick our words carefully. Our spoken words.
That's what we've been. Well, that's what some of us have been doing.
I'm not telling you specifically.
Either way, we can expect some form of trouble. It's best that we now prepare. Do you happen to have a bunker?
Yes, we actually do.
Good. for now, stay right where you are. Because if I know our assholes very, very well, they'll strike. They'll strike first.
I'm gonna.
We need to get the town evacuated.
Akira, could I have your attention for a moment?
Full evacuation is definitely a necessity.
Ah, crap. He might not be here.
So, Belle, what are you doing?
I
wants
was
to
trying to
talk
pull
to
Akira
Akira.
out of the room because if they're being if the parents are being scried on specifically, when we leave the room, we're no longer in the area of that. But I was
But
trying
we
to pull
don't-
Akira out, though I'd be keeping people up to date through Psy Whispers. The first idea that comes to my mind, so Akira, how do you feel about being Cedric for a couple of days?
He already admitted to being live bait out of.
Yeah, this is not how we saw it happening, but I think that's a good plan, or the beginnings of one. They have a bunker, so the real Cedric will just be stashed. I don't know what we're doing about Hazel, though.
We'll start figuring things out.
So, okay, I need to know what things are being said in character, out of character, where they're being said, because people are in different places.
Sorry, I will shut up.
No. This is in regards to Belle. Belle, are you currently out of the room?
Yes, I was pulling Akira out to, in hushed whispers, discuss this with him.
Okay. So, all that you said, were they in character, out of character?
And what I just said is, what I just said, the part about him being said, like as I said in hushed whispers. Yes, I'm I believe physically talking to. I don't think I need to check if he's in the. He is not. No, he is in the Psylink. So I don't even.
Yes.
Never mind. I don't even need to leave the room to pitch that idea to him. Just fill everyone else in later.
So
I
you
didn't
don't
check
leave the
that.
room.
Okay, so yeah, no, I don't. Well, I still will for the sake of not being potentially in a scry because that just makes me uncomfortable. But I'm instead communicating my idea to Akira and everyone in the Psylink over it, with Akira taking the form of Cedric. But yeah, I'm walking out.
Okay, because I needed to know that because that's going to affect what you see.
Ooh.
Yeah. So I need to
Okay.
know exactly what you're doing. So my guess is that you currently walked out the door.
Yes.
All right.
Closed it behind me.
So when you walked out the door, before you do anything, you happen to see that the maid is right here, awfully close to the doors. And when the doors open, I'm going to need you to please roll for perception as the doors then close behind you.
Uh-huh. And that's only a 16.
You see her flinch, but that was about it. Oh, sorry, I wasn't expecting somebody to open the door so quickly. Is everything all right in there?
Everything is fine. What have you heard?
The doors are closed. I can't hear anything out here. What, were you thinking I was eavesdropping? It's none of my business.
That doesn't change a lot, but if she's saying that, I am going to insight that. It's only a 17.
17. There's a bit of nervousness in her voice. But you can't tell if that's because she was literally jostled because of the doors opening up so suddenly, to at least what she claims, or if there's something else going on.
Just gonna very quickly send a mental ping to Kaylee. If I could get you to slip out of the room and maybe block the front door. over the silent.
I'm gonna unlock the door.
Okay, you unlock the door. And you leave.
And then close it.
Close the door.
All right. What did the fool of a took here?
Oh God. We just finished watching the
Perfect
Trinity.
timing.
Yep. So, as you
Oh fuck! So did I.
just as you get into into the position that you're in, the maid just turns. I need to get back to work, and she begins to walk away.
Ma'am, you're. What do you think of your patron, of your employers? The town doesn't seem to have a high opinion of them. What of you?
Considering I've been living with them for a long time as their maid, I do believe that they are in desperate need of proper help. They pay well enough, though. Why do you ask?
Okay, let me... And the 18 insight, she's being honest with that, right?
She is fidgeting around in her pocket a little bit when she says that. You still can't tell how genuine she is, but her nervous tics are continuing even beyond the door.
They pay well. How much do they pay?
Interesting question for me as the DM to answer. So the best way I could really describe this is that she gives a number that is appropriate to somebody of her position, plus maybe a little bit extra. Like we'll say that if she makes like 10 gold an hour, or people in her position make 10 gold an hour, she makes 15. So it's a little higher than typical.
And this is just for simple maid work. You're not worried about anything. Like, it's simple maid work, correct? Like, you just tend to their house, or
I tend to their every need.
that's
Bell over the silent. Something on? Katie left the room.
I have a maid out here that very well might have heard everything, and she's fucking around with something in her pocket.
Oh no. So, question, Kagato. These doors, they have windows, right? Little, like, small windows?
Yes, they have windows.
Sweet. I just teleport.
Oh, goodness.
Let's try this again. What's in your pocket? We're trying very hard to save your employer's life right now. If you like them, who are you getting to try to help them?
So she looks at you oddly. In my pocket. Oh, might as well show you then. So she reaches into her pocket and grips something and pulls out the inside out of her pocket.
I'll insight, or perception, whatever needs be to see past any tricks.
Like, I very well could just be bullying help right now, but...
Bell, let me put it this way. Anaran, that won't be necessary. Bell, that's not the same pocket.
The other one.
Yeah, I'm just, yeah, it's at this point that, ha, and my hand is now on my sword.
May I say that I am readying a spell just in case something goes wrong with the maid.
Oh, there
What
you
are you
are.
readying?
Hypnotic pattern.
Okay.
Interesting.
I have a high chance of succeeding, so
He can
He
hit
can
just
actually
the
communicate that too, because he is in fact in the silent.
Yeah, he's in the Silink.
So it's like, this one. I see. My mistake. When you just said pocket, it could have been either one. So
Of course.
So this pocket. All right. So she reaches into that pocket.
And just in case, we're gonna perception 21 to see if I can't like get an early warning if she goes for a magic item, a weapon, anything of the sort.
So she's very slowly putting her other hand up as she's very slowly pulling something out of her pocket. A little bead then falls out of her pocket and hits the floor. And it suddenly explodes into a big, thick mist.
Dark.
You can't see her directly. Anything that
He
you
was already
do...
he was already preparing it.
Yeah, okay, let me put it to you this way. It exploded, so you would... Is this something that you can cast on an area, or do you have to see her directly?
You create a twisting pattern of colors that weaves through the air, within 300 cube within range. The pattern appears in a moment and vanishes each creature in the...
It's an AoE spell.
Okay,
Yeah,
then she can't get away from this one. All right, so what is the DC?
Wisdom 18.
Wisdom 18. I'm going to roll this in front of everyone. Dun, 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 dun. Hold on. There's... well. Interesting. So we're going to use you as the template. Yep, that would make sense. Wisdom?
Yep.
Wisdom.
18.
Wisdom 18. Nope! So, despite what just happened, the smoke clears, and you see that the maid has been knocked out.
rope, tie her up, kind of like arms to legs.
Yeah, we need her. Okay. Kaylee, you can come in now.
Yeah, Kaylee already had her bow drawn and was preparing to kick down the door, but when she saw that it went through all right, she...
Akira bailed us out, like, because I was hesitant to just lop her arm off at the elbow.
It's alright,
Yeah.
she'll tie her up.
Anaran already started, so you're just assisting to get this quicker.
Done faster.
Mm-hmm. Just tie her up, hog tail style.
All right.
Anaran would then blind her.
All right, so bound and gagged.
Not gagged, just
Or-
blinded.
Well,
Bound and blindfolded.
And also, as well, she's unconscious right now, but strip search for any other surprises.
All
Yeah.
right. Strip search. So,
I don't give a shit about about her dignity right now.
so
Why?
you pull off her clothes and you find that there are some tattoos on her body. You haven't seen tattoos like these before, but either way, they show that she is definitely not a pure maiden as she was at least acting before. Within her, or within her person, you find that she has a couple of needles. These needles appear to be poison-tipped, and there is a sending stone.
I'll take that.
Can we check that to see if it's been used recently?
Nope.
Didn't think so.
But we have it now. So if anybody...
Yeah, we have it for the next time they try to check in. Okay, cool. I guess we're...
Kagato, I have a
not
question.
sure if they're being scribed, we can drag them
Was
into that
there
meeting.
anything on the Lady Crimson and her little cult that indicated what their cult was?
Technically, yes, but I don't recall anybody really looking for that. However,
We didn't.
Yeah.
We didn't, but yeah, no, now's a good time.
We had time because Lady Crimson was with us. Did we see anything on her body while we were resurrecting her?
Technically, she would be resurrected in her clothes, but I am going to give you all a chance at this one. So,
This would likely only be Anoran because he's the only one that was watching her like a hawk.
so Anoran, that would be history for you.
Fuck.
Sorry.
It's fine. It's fine. Let me double check what I got
I'll give you
before I...
advantage because we're all trying to think of it.
Okay, I was just gonna double check if I grabbed... I did grab Enhance Ability to give myself... Did I grab the other one that lets me bullshit my way? Nope. Nope, I did not. This is why I like keeping borrowed knowledge. Ah! Alright, so advantage with history, yes?
Advantage? No,
'Cause
unless...
no. Kaylee can't give me any advantage on that?
Yeah, because
You're the only
she
one.
wasn't there when she was being revived. Only those that were
I
with you
was.
watching... You were?
Oh, well.
You weren't.
No,
but
while
if
she
that's...
was being slowly revived. I
But
was there at the end when she had finally wakened.
Ah.
I can still give myself advantage by casting enhance ability first.
I am going to say that that's a more reasonable thing to do because it would probably be stretching it because if Kaylee was there, even though she saw her at the end, she wasn't there watching her like a hawk like you were.
Alright, so enhance ability with Fox's Cunning for advantage on intelligence checks. I can't use guidance at this point because they're both concentration spells, but who knows? 8.
8. With an 8, you remember nothing.
Yeah.
Oh well.
I will say, rather than
Worth a
do this
try.
in the middle of their fucking foyer, I don't want to bring her into the room the others are in, but I'd
Oh,
say
but let's-
we drag her
somewhere
in
else?
here
Fine.
for this.
Just open the door, leave it
like
open.
use it because I don't want to drag her into where they are because of the whole they might still be getting scryed thing,
That's fine.
and I
So-
don't want them to immediately know their agent is compromised. One of them, anyways, because they might have more.
They might have more.
All right.
But yeah, with
So-
that botched, we'll just drop the concentration and regain the spell slot.
Okay, so meanwhile, we're going to go back to the other room where during this going on, Cedric and Hazel are just looking at each other with confusion and concern as they are essentially waiting to hear from Chase what to do next. But Chase, I want you to please roll for perception. This is for sight.
Oh boy. Okay.
Man, we are all just getting the rolls. Oh, hey!
20.
Yeah, no.
20.
Okay, good. Because all three of us.
Quiet!
So you watch as Cedric kind of twists around a little bit and then he reaches up and just kind of grips his chest a little bit underneath of his beard, like, that's an odd feeling. Maybe some indigestion. I don't know, there's a... never felt anything like that before. Maybe it's just the stress of everything happening.
No, come here. Come here.
Hmm?
Let me look at that. Where exactly is it the pain?
It's not pain, it's a weird, fuzzy feeling.
Fuzzy feeling.
It's just right here. He just kind of presses right up against his chest.
Okay, shit. While
Roll-
Chase is doing these.
Roll
Go ahead.
Arcana. I'll make this fast for you.
19?
He's being scried.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I was starting to think. Okay. Alright. Well,
Going on with them?
Chase over the link to Akira, to the others. Yeah, he just got scryed on. Alright, Mr. Cedric. Everything's gonna be fine. We're going to take care of that, Scarecrow situation for the rest of you as soon as possible.
I
Yes.
want to. Okay. Kago,
Yes.
if I remember correctly, for scrying, there's an invisible ball above their head, correct?
Yes.
There's an invisible ball somewhere near them.
No. So if he's scrying on him, it's a ball, and it only shows him 10 feet.
Mhm.
That's all that he needs.
Mm-hmm.
Because blind sense.
Ah.
So.
Akira can't detect
Come on, Scroll Wheel, work with me here. Come on, Scroll Wheel, work with me here. Ay. Scroll Wheel, scroll it. Scroll Wheel, scroll it. Perfect! That's way too big.
I'm about to say, yeah, that's.
Oh, hey, look, that's one of the Elden Ring mimic balls.
The beacon's been late.
And there we go.
Alright. Now I'm sure everything's going to be fine. Just need you to be very cooperative.
Yes, but
just
about
don't worry about it. Everything's going to be fine. While Chase like Akira, please.
Yawn it. I'm gonna order the shit out of this fucking ball.
Did you get it?
Well, considering when it dissipates, Akira, the second it pops, you just see a faint image of Dragon Howl looking at you for a split second. Then the connection ends.
Over inside whisper, Dragon Howl.
Sorry about
that's
that.
my thought.
Sorry about that. We're gonna have to be very careful about what we say for the next while. Even though my friend just took care that, and people were looking in on us.
If he just got that pain, then that means that scrying had just started, which means might not have.
No, like I said, still, we need to be careful. If you feel that pain again, either of you, anybody feels that pain, be discreet, but let people know.
We got ahead of this situation.
All right. Cedric, we should probably do as they say. We should probably go into hiding for right now. And we need to let the guards know that something's probably going to happen. I hate
Kaylee
the
will
fact
say
that we
over
once
the-
again are
over
doing
the link.
something.
Kaylee will say over the link. Ask them anything about what the servants of this place knew. If they knew about the bunker, if they knew about any information.
Okay, the bunker. Who knows about it? Who knows how to get into it?
We all know how to. Everyone that lives here. So that includes those that work for us.
Okay, we are vetting every single person bar none.
Okay. Well, okay. Alright. We're gonna gonna have to protect that bunker, guys. Alright. Anyways. It's getting late.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, we will... I owe it to X. That's what we call him now. I owe him to keep you two safe. We are giving him a second chance, but I don't want him to suffer that with you gone because of me.
Why do you blame yourself?
I should have thought about this more. I should have picked it up faster. Second I realized where this was, I should have figured out what was happening.
When
I put
things
you
have died down, I'd like to know a bit more about what's happened. I understand a little, but I guess my own anger has clouded my hearing a little bit. So let's wait until this is dealt with, and then we'll talk over tea or something.
That would be lovely. Alright, everyone, we're going to be doing a nice... I believe, we've caught one rat already. Some of us will be talking to them, but we need to check all the other employees and keep that bunker safe. Let's do a once-over of this place, look for any defensible positions, because this is where we're going to be having to do this fight. They're coming to us, and they're coming here.
Oh, you forgot the funnest part. We have to figure out the difference between those that are actually working against us and those that just hate them because of their reputation.
Yeah, okay. Anyways, I think I am done for this session.
I think we're good for this session.
Yeah, we'll pick up back here next week.
That's probably a good idea, because it'll give you something to think about considering what you're about to see. So, Belle, Kaylee, Anaran, as you look upon your prisoner, it seems as though the facade gradually begins to fade.
I fucking knew it!
As she has been knocked out and no longer in control of her appearance, as her skin begins to turn a bright white.
I knew it.
Changeling.
Not the one we want to fucking execute, but okay.
Well, we might see.
Oh, it is not Jameis. I can say that much.
Okay. So, but it is a...
Listen, everybody knows if it was...
stupid.
Yeah, So,
that
just...
Let him describe, please.
What you see instead is indeed a changeling. However, she appears to be a lot more, we'll say, the beauty has faded and she looks far more like a thug. She very much appears to be somebody who is a hired hand using her ability for infiltration purposes, as changelings are wont to do.
I thought we were going to go the Baldur's Gate route, them just being like hideous ass monsters.
No, those are doppelgangers.
Yeah.
Changelings actually do look like people.
Hmm.
We'll go over the difference later.
Mm-hmm. So
not exactly what I thought, but
anyways,
she's gonna have one hell of a wake up.
Mm-hmm.
And now, I will say, as we end tonight, everyone, welcome to Hillford.
Dun 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 dun! Lightning, storms, black and white flashing.
And such, with the mystery of the Scarecrow still looming over everyone's head, things have taken a sharp turn as Crowley's parents are now in the mix. with them being spied on by their own staff, one of which happening to be a changeling. So, with that, we wait until next week, giving you all plenty of time to figure out a plan of attack.
Oh,
plan of
the plan of
defense.
attack. Or well, there's a two-parter. The plan of the attack, at least on this poor woman, is Akira. The plan of defense is.
We'll figure it out. We'll have to figure it out on the fly. I will say I was partially right.
I cannot
With-
believe that we discovered that accidentally because I was uncomfortable with the idea of being scryed and just walked out of the room.
Well, that too. Yeah, that was
Like,
good too.
I just tripped over that.
That's why I was trying to be as excruciatingly direct about what was happening. Because if you were leaving the room, then that's one thing. If you were not leaving the room, it was another thing. Where you were standing, who were you bringing, all that stuff. So the door's just opening and your character's just plopping out there while you're saying stuff out loud. I'm just like, huh?
Yeah, no, like we're, yeah. Okay.
So for those of you
Damn it.
watching, thank you all very much for being here tonight, and we'll see you next week.